See how it goes, buddy.
Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well. Shabbat Shalom to everybody. Shout out isbhpk Houston. Shout out isbhpk Rochester, New York. Shout out isbhpk Virginia, Norfolk. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Shout out Sword of Truth family all around Cali, Georgia, Guatemala, London. Hope everybody's doing well. We're back at it again. Shout out to everybody in San Antonio, here in class and here online. Hope everybody's doing well. We're going to continue on our topic about King Josiah and how King Josiah is going to kind of propel us into the destruction of Israel and the fall of the nation of Israel and the taking over of Jerusalem by Babylon. We'll be going to that in the next few weeks. But without further ado, we're going to send our prayers up to the Most High, give the Most High his praise and his respect, and send these prayers up right now. Imagine we'll point you, Yerushalayim. That's just us. It's just us for now. It's just us right now. Then we'll go. I shouldn't have set it up like that. I got everybody kind of hyped on it. All right. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing alone. A war. Zayawam. Tawada. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing alone. Rayach. Tawada.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Once again, shalom everybody online. We'll get these prayers in. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing alone. Ha'shabbat. B'Shalom. Tawada. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Anyanyamya. Herhayim. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaiah. Wa'arataza. La'ah. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashemaiah. Anah. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashon. Shashemaiah. Yashua. Yahweh. Shemaiah. Yahweh. Tazalia, Ayah, Benyamya, Yad, Hashemas, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashimoya, Makol, Rad, Yashimor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashimor, Hawalakya, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'aid, Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharim. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharim. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yasharim. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Echad.
Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abinao, Shema Shemayim, Wadash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Barakwavka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Hawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Netanyahu, Lachom, Ko, Yawom, Wasalachano, Chobakino, Kasalachano, Chobakino, Wala'ah, but it's our word. Abo, Hawashino, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amarakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapa Arat, La'ab Amen.
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahayim, Laka, Alahayim, Achayim, Ayim, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'a, Ta'ina, Laka, Pasor, Wala'ah, Ta'ibor.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
La'a, Talach, Shom, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4, Zakor, Hayawim, Hashabbat, Laquarashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'a, Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7, La'a, Tala'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'a, Faganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'a, Ta'ina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'a, Fachamat, Ko, Asherah, La'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel, Yishabim.
Take seats.
Alright, let's roll. Last week we started off going into the reign of King Josiah, and we explained how he was one of the greatest kings of all time, specifically because of his zealousness to eradicate idolatry, not just from the southern kingdom, but also from the northern kingdom. He was able to do what King Hezekiah wasn't able to do. You know, during King Hezekiah's reign, the northern kingdom still had a strong influence with idolatry. They had strong kings and powerful leaders that wouldn't let them break down their idols in their religious template. Hezekiah was able to get the northern kingdom to come down if they wanted to observe the Passover. That was the extent of what King Hezekiah was able to do with the northern kingdom. King Josiah came down here, went up to the north, broke down these altars, broke down the groves, killed the priests, as well as the same thing in the south. So he's already on a path and a direction where he's going to even surpass King Hezekiah's greatness and his ability to even run the Passover to the T. We're going to read about that a little later on, how he even sets the Passover up more flawlessly than how Hezekiah was able to do it. Because he had the time, he had the influence and the scale and the scope to pull it off, where Hezekiah had to kind of like put it together a little less organized. We read earlier that he had to have the Passover Hezekiah the second month versus the first month. So we'll go into that later on about that. But where we're at now is King Hezekiah when he was in his 12th year, started eradicating the idolatry. We read that when he was 8 years old when he came into power. And then when he was 16 is when he started learning and pursuing the Heavenly Father. When he was 16 years old. And then when he was 20, he started operating and executing judgment around all of the cities and towns of Israel, including Jerusalem. And we also mentioned how courageous he was in pulling that feat off. So now we're going to sit back here. The next, I would say, task or responsibility that King Josiah had is once he eradicated all of the idolatry, now he was going to sit back here and start refurbishing the temple. Now, in order to refurbish the temple, what do you need? You need funds, you need shekoyim. So what he was going to start doing is once he cleansed out all the rebels, then he's going to sit back and start the process of fundraising. What kind of monies do we need to sit back here and reinvest into the temple to reestablish temple repairs, maintenance, the whole nine? In the process of him maintaining and repairing the temple, some things happen. So, first verse we're going to go into is 2 Kings chapter 22, verse 3 through 7. Kariah, let's get it started. 2 Kings chapter 22, verse 3 through 7.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Yashala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Yashala. I'm about to. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yah Shabbatah.
How about Shem Yah Shabbatah?
Yah Shabbatah. So, 2 Kings 22, verse 3 through 7.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 22 and verse 3 to 7. And it came to pass in the 18th year of King Josiah.
So, by the time it was the 18th year of King Josiah, he was 26 years old. Right?
Come.
We got to make sure these timelines are legit. Before that, in his 12th year, when he was 20, he eradicated all the idolatry. So 6 years had passed since the altars were broken down. The idolatry, at least on the outside, was broken down. The high places were taken down. The altars were taken down. And the prophecy that had been talked about since King Jeroboam 300 years earlier was fulfilled. When they would sit back here and kill these priests on the actual altars of the idolatry places. They were prophecies. We went over it all last week. So I'm just giving you timelines to get us prepared for now. So we did a lot of the killing and the reformation of the nation at 20. Now at 26, the people who are still locked into him, now it's time to get the temple refurbished. Continue.
Come. And it came to pass in the 18th year of King Josiah that the king sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, the son of Meshullam, the scribe, to the house of the Most High, saying.
Now keep this guy Shaphan in your mind. Don't forget his name, because his lineage and his family genealogy is going to be some of the family that looks out for the prophet Jeremiah towards the destruction of the temple. Okay? So this is a good man, and his seed was good. And they looked after and they defended Jeremiah. One of the few people and families that defended Jeremiah later on. Okay, so keep Shaphan in mind. So, King Josiah sends out a message to the scribe, Shaphan, telling him what? Read on.
Verse 4. Go up to Hilkiah the high priest, that he may sum the silver which is brought into the house of the Most High, which the keepers of the door have gathered of the people.
Once again, we just talked about the fact that after all the spiritual or religious infighting was eliminated, the next focus was to do what? Let's gather all the people together, gather these funds, gather these monies, so the temple can be refurbished. It kind of shows you the mindset of what it takes to kind of put a house back in order. Before you can build anything, what's the first thing you got to do? You have to clean house first. You have to clean house, then you can build. Because as long as there's infighting amongst the body, you can't move forward, and no growth can come out of any projects you put your hands to unless you clean house and eliminate a negative element from your ranks. So after the element was eliminated, they're sitting back here. Now everybody's being asked or required or asked to give free will offerings to put towards this temple to rebuild it. Don't forget, the king before Josiah was Amon, and then before him was Ahab. You can imagine how badly the temple was being dealt with when Ahab was in power. If anything spiritual and religious was defamed, you can imagine when they would put all these idols in the temple, how the temple was being treated. Just keep that in mind. And we're going to read later on, the last time there was significant renovations in the temple was during the time of King Joash, which is a long damn time ago. So let's keep going.
Verse 5. And let them deliver it into the hand of the doers of the work, that have the oversight of the house of the Most High. And let them give it to the doers of the work, which is in the house of the Most High.
So, matter of fact, read verse 4 again.
Verse 4. Go up to Hilkiah, the high priest, that he may sum the silver which is brought into the house of the Most High.
One real quick thing, keep Hilkiah in mind. Hilkiah is the high priest at the time. We're gonna explain who Hilkiah is and who his son is and how he plays into the roles down the line as the kingdom collapses. So Josiah is like, go to Hilkiah the priest, collect this silver up. Read on.
Kind. Which the keepers of the door have gathered of the people.
The keepers of the door are obviously the treasurers. The treasurers collected the money from the people. Read on.
And let them deliver it into the hand of the doers of the work, that have the oversight of the house of the Most High.
So Hilkiah was responsible for the distribution and the paying and the hiring, I would imagine, of the contractors. So the contractors were getting hired, and they were getting paid for the work they needed to get the job done to refurbish the temple. Read on.
And let them give it to the doers of the work, which is in the house of the Most High, to repair the breaches of the house.
So there was obviously breaches, wear and tear, had to get taken care of. So he's sitting back here and going to Hilkiah, the high priest, to make sure this thing gets done properly. Okay, read on.
Verse 6. Unto carpenters and builders and masons, and to buy timber and hewn stone to repair the house.
No doubt.
Howbeit, there was no reckoning made with them of the money that was delivered into their hand, because they dealt faithfully.
So he says there was no reckoning made with them of the money that was delivered into their hand, because they dealt faithfully.
There was no audits.
Yeah.
Surprise visits because this misappropriation of funds.
Because, well, listen, the reason that's such an issue, even today, when you get this defense spending, right? For instance, there's all these billions are going to Ukraine, right? Slava Ukraine. What they don't tell you is, okay, for every 25 billion or 10 billion that goes to Ukraine, what they're doing is they're fudging even how much the military components cost. Say, for instance, a rocket or a HIMARS costs $800,000 to make or to produce and ship out. They're going to say the HIMARS is going to cost $1.25 million. Where's that $425,000 go?
They inflate the costs.
Yes. They're fudging the numbers so that other money goes to the people that are actually approving the budget spending. Okay? So then once
Kickbacks.
That is the very definition of what kickbacks are. Nobody's sitting back here and doing audits on how much exactly these HIMARS are. They're giving these rough numbers. And all the Senate members who are okaying these bills, they're getting kickbacks for okaying the bill. So all of a sudden, each senator might get $50K, each approval, maybe $100K in their pocket. And then the Ukrainians are taking the stuff. Some of the stuff goes where it's got to go. Because what they're also telling you is that $50 million, for instance, or $25 billion, is also going to paying staff. It's not just towards the actual machinery. It's towards staff, their staffing, paying their generals, paying their military. So, listen, I don't know if you watch it on Twitter. A lot of these high generals are buying Ferraris,
Of course.
are buying palaces in like Spain and France. Like the head of the defense minister of Ukraine, he bought his daughter like this 30-acre palace in like Spain, bro. How are you buying 30-acre palaces in Spain with a civil service job, contracting job?
Because war money is good money.
War money is good money. So all this money is good. Listen, they showed him. It's like Ukraine is not knocking anybody Ukrainian online. They're like the Edomite niggas of the world. Why am I saying this? That same guy who's that minister has a red Lambo with gold rims, That's some nigga shit right there. He's sitting back here on Twitter doing this. I got my shit. I got it. Look at these rims. They spinning.
Yeah.
They spinning. I swear. I'm like, this is some white nigga shit, It's some White Iverson, This is White Iverson, What's going on here,
It's Post Malone.
This is White Iverson, And they're sitting back here smiling like, yeah, I'm in Ukraine. Look at this car that I have. It's badass, right? I'm like, what's going on here? How are you rolling with Corvettes and Lambos and you're a civil servant, bro?
People getting shut up, bro.
Listen. Ukrainians are dying in the hundreds of thousands. But the top guys are making money on. Listen, Zelensky owns like 10, 15 homes, bro. Let him tell you.
He's super paid.
He's super paid. These guys are getting their cut and taking care of their top advisors. And then, after the top advisors make their money, then the under guys, all of a sudden, some of the product that's being shipped out is going on the black market.
Disappears.
And being sold to Israelites in Arabia for $1 million. So they're taking this, and some of the product is being smuggled, so the guys under those guys with those Corvettes get paid too. They say, even before the war started, Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world. One of the most corrupt. They just don't tell it to you online. So there's a lot of stealing and robbing, and there's a lot of misappropriation of funds, especially in contracts and defense contracts. That's how people get hooked up. That's how that family money gets taken care of. And if you're locked in with the president and the high-ranking people, you get the defense contracts, you get the kickbacks, you get the money. All this is a game, bro. So all this money's going out, but these senators are getting paid, the Ukrainian officials are getting paid, and I would say there was a report like a year ago, like 60% of what was intended to get to Ukraine got there. Where'd the 40% go?
To the pockets, bro.
It turned into money. It turned into like sideways arms deals.
Yeah.
The Russians, there was Russians guys who came and bought some high-end United States stuff, but they called themselves somebody else, and they pay like $1 million for like some badass secrets of the United States military had on their HIMARS. And they're wondering why these HIMARS are getting blown out the sky. Because once the Russians came in and learned how to configure the units and the technology inside, then they can sit back and spot them easier when they're in the air.
Because we can reverse engineer. We can break it down.
And reverse engineer. And now they can mechanically be able to diagnose it in the air and shoot it down. That's why all these HIMARS that they were shooting from Ukraine to Russia, 80 to 90% of them are getting shot down. And they're wondering what the problem is. They took advantage of their corruption.
Good move.
And even all these Bradleys that are being sent out there, they're getting blown up. The ones that don't get blown up get sent back to Russia. Now they're breaking down they're older Bradleys, but they're still breaking down the mechanics of it. So when they bring the new ones in, they know how to deal with them. Anyway, that's why in verse 7, you obviously had the contractors, but for those of you, I remember back in Leviticus, what tribe of Levi was responsible for the construction work of the temple? Who was the construction crew? What family line was the construction crew for Levi? Remember that?
I could be wrong.
Test, y'all.
Was it Merari?
There you go. He did it. He's got it. Yeah, it was Merari. It was the family line of Merari were the ones who were the contractors.
They had Gershonites.
Gershon was the cloth and the tabernacle
the interior
covering
decorators.
people, like the gopher, not the gopher wood, but that all the coverings, the three layers of covering in the tabernacle. That was Gershon, and then Merari had to do the construction and breaking down the wood as it kept traveling.
And they had Kohath.
Yeah, Kohan, the Kohanites, they were the ones that dealt with the inner workings of the temple and the carrying of the actual legitimate goods of the temple.
But was 3 families that did
Of
the
the
sacrifice?
three of the families. But but see, they didn't do the sacrifice. The Kohanites did the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Only the priestly line of the Kohanites did that. Everybody else had other responsibilities, guard duty, protecting of the temple. Everybody had different duties, especially when we got the temple. Point is, so yes, read verse 7 again. I just want to make sure I clarified that and I explained the times properly.
2 Kings chapter 22 and verse 7. Howbeit, there was no reckoning made with them of the money that was delivered into their hand, because they dealt faithfully.
Well, listen, how were they able to ensure that they were dealing faithfully? They uprooted all the rebels. At least so they thought. So now you were able to ensure more trustworthiness with the remaining people that you had amongst you. So the money went to the right places. There was no misappropriation of funds. I want to hold this and jump to 2 Kings chapter 12, verse 4 through 14. Because what this goes into is the last time that there was actually a refurbishing of the temple. This is during King Joash's time. 2 Kings 12, verse 4 through 14.
2 Kings chapter 12, verse 4. And Joash said to the priests, all the money of the dedicated things that is brought into the house of the Most High, even the money of everyone that passeth the account, the money that every man is set at, and all the money that cometh into any man's heart to bring into the house of the Most High.
This was at a different time when they were sitting back here and putting all the money together. Remember, this guy Joash, his father was the high priest, or not his father, but the man who was responsible for looking after him. Remember, this Joash was the one who was the last of the line of the Davidic line. Remember, Athaliah was trying to kill all the line of David, but the last baby was protected and lived with the priestly family. So this is that guy. He's trying to put the temple back together. This is when the high priest or his father was still in control. So let's keep going.
Verse 5. Let the priest take it to them, every man of his acquaintance, and let them repair the breaches of the house, wheresoever any breach shall be found.
Don't forget, at this particular time, they were repairing from breaches of Athaliah and the husband before with her, who was sitting back here and bringing idolatry back in the temple. So now they're trying to repair the temple breaches here too. Read on.
Verse 6. But it was so that in the 23rd year of King Jehoash, the priests had not repaired the breaches of the house.
So this time, the breaches weren't repaired even though the money was put together, because there was misappropriation of funds.
Yeah.
Listen. The priest got some money, and all of a sudden,
Ukraine happened.
The Ukraine happened. Listen, everybody had new chariots out. They had silver rims on the chariots. What's going on here? Right? Everybody had new things. Had hot garments out. Everybody had purple on. Right? Purple and silver linen. Right?
Yeah.
Purple linen with silver like shiny stuff on them. Right? Silvery chains. Right? This is what happened. Right? Well, read on.
Verse 7. Then King Jehoash called for Jehoiada, the priest.
Jehoiada was that guy that was his father, that took the role of being his father. But by the time Joash came to power, he had to sit back and check him. Read on.
And the other priests, and said unto them, why repair ye not the breaches of the house?
How come? Where'd the money go? Where'd the goddamn money go? These are the questions that happened, huh? And nobody had answers. I thought it was supposed to go here. I thought it was supposed to go here. I gave it to him. Everybody's passing the book like normal. Read on.
Come. Now therefore, receive no more money of your acquaintance.
He said, you're not going to get no more money, no more handout. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Let me get this right. And no more handouts. And the money can't flow through you this time. Read on.
Come. But deliver it for the breaches of the house.
Yep. So he said, listen, the money now, the next set of money can't flow through you to get the job done. We're going to go somebody else to make sure the money gets done right. Read on.
And the priests consented to receive no more money of the people, neither to repair the breaches of the house.
Listen, it was a point. I'm like, you can't handle no money coming to you, let alone the money for the breach for the house of the Lord.
And the morale is killed.
Yeah.
The morale of putting money in the hands of the priest to get the job responsibilities taken care of for the camp of the school and the nation. That morale was damaged.
Well, once again, remember we read in the time of King Hezekiah?
Yeah.
Well, before King Hezekiah, King Ahaz. Remember, King Ahaz closed the doors of the house of the Lord. Every wicked king, there's a trickle-down effect to the priesthood. There are wicked kings. If the Bible wasn't getting pushed, then guess what happens? The priests are out of a job. This guy, whether it was Athaliah who didn't serve the Most High, or Hezekiah's father Ahaz didn't serve the Most High, what were the priests left to do if their whole livelihood was based upon what came from the operation of the temple? What were the priests going to do to survive? Now, they were all on straight survival mode. So, once again, what you're seeing here, even in 2 Kings chapter 12, is the byproduct of the priest not being taken care of for numerous generations before. Whether it was Athaliah, her, or before her was her husband, and that wicked seed that Ahab and his woman Jezebel, remember when they married, Jezebel's daughter or Ahab's daughter married down into the southern kingdom through Jehoshaphat's connection? All that wickedness started trickling down the south. Now the Levites got taken advantage of. So now we're here in the Reconstruction period, and everybody's kind of going for themselves. This is why. So now Jehoash has to come in and say, you know what? Then y'all can't get any money because y'all know how to handle any. Listen, this is the challenge. I want to make sure I'm clear with this. This is the challenge of leadership. This is the challenge of building anything from the ground up, whether it's a business, a school, a camp, anything. As soon as a little bit of success starts to happen in your school, in your business, in your life, what does Israel want to start doing? Blowing money and spending it. Because they never had nothing. And they were struggling, and they was broke, and they lose their mind when they get a little bit of success that enters into their life. This is what's happening with these priests. They didn't have nothing. They were broke. They were struggling. Now a little money comes in, and then misappropriation happens. This has been happening in Israel as long as I've been in the truth. And I've been in the truth since 94.
It's like taking advantage of any situation they can for their own come up.
It's that, and Israel don't know how to sit back here and operate when there's success. And you ever see most black businesses and why they can't thrive? One is white men don't like giving niggas loans. That's one. That is one. But two is once Israel starts finding success in their business, they start buying cars. They start overextending themselves financially. And then, then all of a sudden, that initial money you were supposed to gain in your business was supposed to be reinvested back into the business. There's a reason why when you read Leviticus, and I don't know if you had that verse, we went over it back in the day, that when you sit back here and plant a tree, you're not supposed to get the fruit of it for 5 years. You're supposed to, when a new tree, the damn fruit's supposed to just fall off and just repopulate back in the earth. You're not supposed to touch it. Why? You're supposed to sit back and give the roots, give the ground time to get stronger before you start pulling off of it. 5 years before you enjoy any damn fruit? That seems like a long damn time. But he's showing you when you're building something from scratch, it takes a long time before you reap the benefits of what you invest into something.
1923.
You sure it was 19? Well, we'll see. Leviticus 19:20. Let me see. I know I yelled it out. Leviticus 19 and 20.
It might be that family in that arena. 25 is the 5th year. 925 is the 5th year.
Yeah, this is it. Read that. Somebody give me Leviticus
19.
Thank you, sir. Oh my goodness. This is
bless the Most High,
Nelly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's the one right there.
There's flavors.
It make you feel good about what you're doing when you're trying to do that.
Ellis, gold medal.
Yeah, that's legit. Let's read that. Leviticus 19, verse 23 to 25.
Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 23. And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food.
When you go into your own land and you plant all manners of trees for food, read on.
Then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised.
You have to understand the fruit that comes out of it initially is uncircumcised.
Now, why would the Most High say this? Because listen, uncircumcised like that to a person would seem like this is overboard, bro. It's overboard. There's trees, there's fruit.
Take it now.
I'm hungry. It's right there. Why can't I just enjoy it? That is overboard.
Well, I'm just saying that he says it uncircumcised because you're not supposed to touch it.
Yeah.
He's like, 3 years, you can't touch none of this.
And people are like, in their mind, like, listen, what am I going to do? If I touch it, it's going to fade away. It's going to be poisoned if I touch it.
Let the birds eat it.
Yeah, let the birds. Why let the birds? That's when we're in our native slant and we're justifying what we want to do. There's a million angles to do what we want to do. But in the reality, the Most High was trying to teach a lesson.
Yep.
There's a lesson that the nation needed to have. And we were supposed to be passing down. That's why that law of restriction was there.
But the tree needed time to get stronger. The roots needed time to get stronger. The roots, obviously, when you start pulling the fruits off at a high rate, there's damage to a young tree. And you got to give a tree time to grow and get stronger in its growing process. So for 3 years, you have to treat it as if it's uncircumcised. Read on.
3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you, and shall not be eaten of.
Mm-hmm.
But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Most High withal.
Now, this is the thing. That 4th year, that fruit that comes from it got to go to the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
So you're still not smacking your lips on it.
Yep.
So you got these shiny apples, you can't even touch them. You got to give them to the Levites all them day long. Guys. This is Levite apples. This is my tree. All the tree go to the Levites. The Most High ain't eating it. I see that dude over there smacking his smiling and eating my apples. You're like, ooh, these apples is showing up good.
They shiny too.
And I'm giving all my damn apples to this cat over here. Right?
Yeah.
This clown. Why does he get all the apples? I'm working the damn tree.
It's my land.
But you know, the Most High is saying, listen, make sure that the priests get taken care of before you. That's the lesson he's teaching us.
And I want to add to that too.
Yeah.
James chapter 5 verse 7.
Okay?
On that same point.
James chapter 5 verse 7
This?
No, it ain't this.
says, Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Most High.
Read.
Behold, the husbandman.
The husbandman is a farmer. That's a laborer.
Mm-hmm.
He said the husbandman must do what?
Waiteth.
He must what?
Waiteth.
He must what?
Waiteth.
So a lot of times farming is a lot of hard work, but you're not always going to see the benefit from it.
Yep.
It's a lot of waiting. It's a lot of patience before you get to enjoy and reap the benefits of your labor.
Doesn't the Most High talk about how we teach our people as husbandry?
Yeah.
Developing man and developing brothers as husbandry?
It's a husbandry.
There you go.
It's laboring. It's farming. Yep. Really?
Yeah.
Says the husbandman waiteth for the precious fruit of the earth.
Yeah, you don't get to enjoy it right off the bat. We read in the Leviticus, you got to wait until a number of years before you're able to even give it as an offering to the Most High, let alone for you to sit back and enjoy it. Not only for you to enjoy it, but for you to partake in it, but then also to use it as a commodity for resale. So it's not gonna. It's about the long term. So that's how the Most High look at your increase. You're supposed to look at your increase for the long haul. But a lot of us, we've been waiting for so long because we've been poor for so long. We don't have no patience. As soon as we get it, it burn a hole in our pocket, and it's gone.
NBA, just plug your name in.
Yeah, NBA.
Never broke again. Whoever the hell your name is, never broke again.
Never broke again. I'm not ever going back.
Hey, I gotta say this. There was one guy. Speaking of NBA, there's one dude in the NBA. I forgot his name, but the dude who for 10 years didn't spend one paycheck. He didn't spend one NBA check.
Yeah, he only spent his endorsement money.
Yeah.
But he didn't live off his.
Guy, bro.
He didn't live off his check. He only lived off endorsement money. That was it.
Now you just see some podcast talks a little bit. He said he wasn't into buying.
Now
jewelry.
when the knees blown,
yeah,
the shoulders hurt. He can't shoot. He can't run.
He has to talk about how good Gary Payton was, and how good these guys were. He'll tell you war stories, but he can't go out there and do it like he used to.
Can't do it like he used to.
But he's sitting nice.
He's nice because he was patient. He didn't go for self, reaping the benefits of what he's been working for.
But he was driving the bucket the whole time, man. And that's how you got to do it.
They was making fun of quarterback for Kansas City Chiefs. What's his name?
Pat Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes. Because he was riding around in a Toyota. What was it?
They was quite hard.
Toyota Sequoia. He had like a Toyota Sequoia or Pathfinder or something.
Yeah.
He had something for a long time that he had since college.
For NFL
At
players.
NFL, right?
But don't forget, I want to make sure for him people know that his father was rich. So money didn't mean nothing to him. His father was a professional baseball player.
Yeah.
He was a pitcher. So he was around money his whole life. So having money, they told Ocho Cinco. He lived in Ocho Cinco played for the Bengals, and he lived at the Cincinnati Bengals Stadium.
Yeah, for 2 years.
To save some money. So the point is this: people do it, and people, a small amount of people are frugal and understand how to live at their means in order to sustain in life. But most people can't do that.
Most people can't do it.
When they get a little money, they get a little success, they blow it, and all of a sudden you have nothing to reinvest into your business, nothing to reinvest into the work you put in your hands,
like
and Israel becomes just takers and what's the word? Parasites.
Yeah.
Economic parasites.
Yeah.
We just keep taking and consuming and consuming and consuming because we get used to a lifestyle.
That's true.
Yep.
And this is what the Messiah is trying to show us. And any of us that are trying to build anything, we have to be patient and let something grow and wait and operate in that meager position until the time is right. And then when the time is right, still operate with some type of control. But you have more on that verse?
Yeah, finish that.
Come. It says, and have long patience for it.
And that's the point right there. That when you're establishing something, working for something, laboring for something, you can't just go for self and reap the benefits right off the bat. You gotta have long patience. And a lot of our people don't have no patience. We've been starving, we've been hungry, we've been wanting something for so long. You hear about, buying the mall out, popping tags.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Buying the bar. You know what I'm saying? Throwing money in the club. Our people have no idea of what that I'm supposed to not even see this benefit for a while. I got to reinvest, and I got to put back in.
Think about what the Most High made Abraham do. I'm going to have you live an entire life for another generation.
Yep.
Your life is that another generation can see and benefit.
That means it's not
multiple generations in a life. You live in a life so others can have something. People can't understand that type of thinking. People got to have their victory now. Yep. People don't think my life's got to be a living sacrifice so my children have a chance at operating with some form of stability.
There's a disease. There's a word for it. It's called I deserve. And that disease is what we tell ourselves of why I need to reap the benefits and enjoy the fruit of my labor. Because I deserve this. Look how hard I work. I deserve that. Yeah. I deserve to get something nice every once in a while. What's wrong with me having something nice every once in a while?
Because once in a while it turns into all the time.
All the time.
It's not just gone, man. I'm being a clown. Anyway, so you got any more?
That's it.
So let's go back to Leviticus. Don't worry about that yet. It's cool. We're not going to be using it anymore anyway until it's not even burning.
I was going to get some napkins from my cousin.
Well, we're going to blow it off. That's why we got the glass for it, man.
The glass.
That's what the glass is for. So let's read that. Leviticus 19 in verse. If you can get that, it'll be cool.
25.
Yeah, if that's where the end of it is.
Yeah. Okay. Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 25. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Most High, your power.
So he's like, listen, that 5th year is when you get your opportunity to embrace all the hard work that you've invested for those 4 years. Then you get to enjoy yours. But once again, that mindset wasn't in the mind of the priest. When a little bit of money and a little bit of stability came back to the Jews during the time of King Joash. That was why we went there. So, 2 Kings 12 and verse, I want 8 again.
Okay, come. 2 Kings chapter 12 verse 8. And the priests consented to receive no more money of the people, neither to repair the breaches of the house.
Because the priest couldn't handle being responsible with the monies that came to him. The money came up missing. The money was misappropriated because they didn't know how to handle a little bit of success. They didn't know how to handle what stability means and what it takes to operate with a stable mindset. Read on.
That's honorable, though, for the priest to say, get it out of my hands and out of my sight.
Well, the problem is they didn't say that. The king told them that. The priest would say, no, we can't handle it. The priest was like, let's keep this money train going.
Need the money.
King George said, man, I gave out of money last week. Ain't no construction going on.
Yeah, where the money go?
Where wood? I ain't seen no shipments of wood.
Got some nails. Got a couple 2x4s.
They ain't no nails. Nobody's nobody doing no construction. Where the money go?
Where's the money go?
I don't know. Where the money go, high priest? Priest, chief, where the money go?
It's a building fund.
Yeah, it's a bill. That was the first building fund.
That was the first building fund that went nowhere. That's hilarious.
It's in Judah, right?
Yeah.
This is definitely old.
This is Judah. This is Judah. Hey, come on, Hottie. This is another proof. This is Judah. It'd be like 3 building funds to see anything done.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's misappropriation going on. Wow, the third building fund?
The roof?
This roof is still messed up, y'all. It is still leaking water. We have to do something about it. There was a great tragedy that happened, and the money had to go somewhere else. Anyway, so this was King Joash told the priest, no, you guys are cut off the bread. Read on.
Verse 9. But Jehoiada, the priest, took a chest and bored a hole in the lid of it, and set it beside the altar, on the right side, as one cometh into the house of the Most High. And the priest that kept the door put therein all the money that was brought into the house of the Most High.
Okay.
And it was so, when they saw that there was much money in the chest, that the king's scribe and the high priest came up, and they put up in bags, and told the money that was found in the house of the Most High.
So what ended up happening is Joash said, okay, put a box and put a hole in it right next to where you sit back and bring the animals for the sacrifice. And let the people see other people putting money into that damn...
And he knows the herd mentality
exactly
of our people.
Oh, I heard click, click, click. I got to put click, 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 click. It's competitive. It's competitive, right? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
I got more. You saw,
You saw right there.
You dropping coins in there. That's what the church does when it says Sister Mary is number 1 with $5,000. Then somebody's gonna sit back and do, I'm gonna do 5,500. I'm gonna drive 6 on them, and that's the competitors are people. But this is what Joash did, and all of a sudden the box got full of money.
Yeah.
And now he's able to sit back and take the money and rebuild the temple. Read on.
Verse 11. And they gave the money, being told, into the hands of them that did the work. It says that had the oversight of the house of the Most High. And they laid it out to the carpenters and builders that wrought upon the house of the Most High, and to masons and hewers of stone, and to buy timber and hewed stone to repair the breaches of the house of the Most High, and for all that was laid out for the house to repair it. Howbeit, there were not made for the house of the Most High bowls of silver, snuffers, basins, trumpets, and any vessels of gold or vessels of silver of the money that was brought into the house of the Most High. But they gave that to the workmen, and repaired therewith the house of the Most High.
Because you know what? The priest blew that money. So you're going to have the regular stuff on the inside. He says, what he's saying is the internal stuff didn't get fancied up because the priest already blew the money. Let's make sure the structural stuff gets taken care of. Mm-hmm. The structure and the people who worked to put the structure up, make sure they get taken care of. Let's not sit back here and make the priest's life easier. They just blew all the money the first time.
No, what bowls are?
Yeah, you gonna have some regular. Listen, you ain't gonna have the silvery horns. You gonna have the nasty, funky smelling horns. They got that smell like animal ear. You don't get that one, G. You're not getting the silver on it, because you blew the money in the first place.
You can't have the right vessels.
You don't have that. You know them stinky horns. Like you looking at, God damn. We need to put some peroxide in here or something. Can this soak in peroxide out? Damn, this is stinky. Because when it stinks, you blow it, it smells.
Yep.
When it blows out, it's like the smell does this. Why did it go backwards? I'm blowing out. It takes like months of blowing before the smell leaves out. I'm serious,
That
Ak.
smells funky, bro.
If you blow, why does it go back into you, Ak? Y'all should be smelling it, not me.
The Most High.
Anyway, for those of y'all who blow horns, y'all know I'm talking the truth, Ak.
Smell like raw meat in there.
Whatever the hell it is, Ak. It's something bad, Ak. It's something funky, Ak. So that's what's going on. And this is the last time that the temple was actually refurbished. Okay? That was verse 14, right?
Con.
Let's get back to where we were at originally in 2 Kings chapter 22. Verse, I think it was 7, right? Yeah. Read verse 7.
Yeah, con. 2 Kings chapter 22 and verse 7. Howbeit, there was no reckoning made with them of the money that was delivered into their hand, because they dealt faithfully.
This time, when the temple was put together, the money was appropriated the right place. The construction was done properly. A lot of tender loving care was exhausted into making sure everything operated to its maximum capacity. So, we're going to hold this. We're going to jump from here to go to, where am I? I want to make sure. Yeah, we're going to go to 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verse 8 through 14. We're doing bouncing. We're doing a lot of bouncing between Kings and Chronicles because for those of y'all who don't know yet, Chronicles goes into a lot more details about the southern kingdom. Kings gives you a brief overview of the southern kingdom, but focus a lot more on the northern kingdom. Kings did. Okay, so Chronicles. Let's get 2 Chronicles chapter 34
Con.
in verse 8 through 14.
Con. 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verses 8 through 14. Now in the 18th year of his reign, when he had purged the land and the house, he sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, and Masai.
Hold that. I just want to make sure I'm right with this. What verse we at again?
In verse 8.
Okay, read that again from the top.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 8. Now in the 18th year of his reign,
That was when he was 26. Read on.
when he had purged the
The
land,
land was already purged. Now, he started the purge when he was 20. Now he's 26. And let's you know that purge was pretty much off and on for 6 years. If it's telling you when the land was purged, that purging was a continual thing, or the purging happened when he was 20. So now when he's 26, the next phase happens. Read on.
it says, and the house, he sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah.
So he purged the house of the Lord too. He was purging the priest in the temple.
It wasn't mean to purge.
He was the purging, like we said in the beginning of class. The purging was the eliminating of the idol worship. There were people. The priests were worshiping idols. The priests were worshiping Baal
That's
in
bad.
the southern kingdom.
That's bad.
Well, listen, you know what's even worse? How about this one? The priests were worshiping Baal in the temple. They were killing. Josiah had a campaign to kill all the Baal worshiping people in the southern kingdom. And they did the same thing in the northern kingdom. So they wiped out all the high places, all the idolatry across the board. But as we continue to go on in this chapter is about Josiah, we're going to start paralleling Chronicles, Kings with Jeremiah. And Jeremiah starts going into detail about how these same priests that had survived these purges were still worshiping Baal.
Oh.
They just sat back here
And hit it.
and didn't sit back and show it to everybody. Because we're going to go into it. We're going to go into the why and what's happening later on. But listen, they just went underground. Because they saw Josiah was strong. What you're seeing with all these kings, what made these kings righteous or wicked, one was their personal belief. Two is what made them righteous, is their willingness to attack and stand up and not let other influences dominate them.
Okay.
You're gonna see wicked kings later on. All the sons of Josiah were weak and they were wicked. Were they weak first or were they wicked first? We're going to sit back and figure it out. Because what's happening is you're going to see a lot of the princes, then their influences and their flex on these kings would push the kings to not stand up for what's right, not do honorable things, and a lot of these kings were afraid of how the princes would deal with them if they stood up for what was right and did the right thing. So it lets me know, and it should let the reader know that, hey, part of what makes a righteous man righteous is his willingness to go to war with all comers, foreign and domestic. It's easy to sit back here and destroy the nations. It's hard to sit back here and stand up against men of influence in Israel and deny them. That took real courage. And a lot of these kings didn't have that. What made Josiah and Hezekiah, King Hezekiah, great, they didn't let the political influence of the princes and the rich of the land sway their decision making. Like Joash. Joash was low level because he let his peers break him. He let young princes influence him to sin. Other kings let powerful dignitaries influence their decision making. This is part of what makes a man righteous, not his desire to stand up for what's right, despite who you're offending and who you're going to war with. So Josiah was going to war with a lot of political influence. You got to sit back here and think about this also. That just because Ahab died, Hezekiah's son died, didn't mean, Ahab did a lot of wickedness. Those princes were still around. Their influence was still strong.
Yeah.
So this is what Josiah is going against also, that political stronghold. This is what the high places were about. I'm talking about the high places. Most kings didn't tap into and go at the high places because you had to go against the powers that be.
And for the kids,
it wasn't like, okay, if I'm the king, I can flex on any little poor peasant that's sitting back here and having his own personal altar. But the problem is, it's like sitting back here and trying to break George Soros in today's world. All your power brokers, or all your that guy Fink from damn BlackRock. You think you're gonna sit back here and just push this guy around and make him change how he does shit? When he's the head of the CEO of BlackRock? No. You think you're gonna sit back here and just sit back and just, I'm the president, you better do what I say? Bro, he got too much power in the country to sit back here, and you have to give him some things he wants.
Yes, pull and clout. And the same thing goes for kids that be in school. A lot of kids in school, there's figures around you, people around you that have more influence, that might have popularity, and the goal of those influences are you gonna deviate from being Hebrew? Are you gonna change from doing what's right? Because it's not the popular thing to do. A lot of this what's going into is dealing with the spirit of peer pressure. It's just peer pressure on a king level.
Multiple levels.
We have peer pressure on a basic, I want people to like me level. I want people to like me, we go to school, we grow up together, we have friends, this person can do it, the teacher lets them get away with it, why can't I get away with it? And that whole dynamic gets us in trouble because we're measuring what's right versus what everybody else can do. And it creates confusion. But when you're a king, you're technically the law.
Technically, you're technically law, but you know what? These people with power and money and influence can make life hard on you. Mm-hmm. Who made life hard on Moses? Back in the day. It was Dathan and Korah.
Oh, Dathan and Korah.
Remember, Korah was a rich man. He was wealthy and had political influence.
Yeah, he had to go through that.
So he was the one. Listen, the guys with the power and a backing and political influence are the ones that always give you problems. So you can be the king, but if you got 70% of the people backing you, your word has weight.
Yeah.
So this is why a lot of times the high places weren't abolished, because these kings would have had to step on everybody's toes, and you would have had to have a strong enough personality to earn the respect of everybody around you.
Yeah.
And have the courage to sit back and lose allies for righteousness' sake. And most people don't have that ability.
Yeah, you got in New York City, you got the Temple of Baal that was put up in New York City as a statue of freedom
What?
in 2016. And then they got a lot of backlash from it. So then they changed the name and brought it back and called it the Temple of Smyrna.
It's garbage.
It's still bad. It's still Baal.
Yeah.
But listen,
Paul Mira is what it is.
Yeah, I saw that Smyrna, but I know.
No, it's not Smyrna. It's Paul Mira. It's Paul Mira. And that temple is the same damn temple of Baal. They just changed the name and brought it back and still put it in New York.
that's crazy. Listen. Can you put this in the refrigerator, please? I would say this. I don't know if y'all ever heard about Epstein Island, but people when they went to Epstein's Island and went to his house, on the flight logs you had Bill Clinton and a lot of political officials there. In his house, in Epstein's house, they got a picture of Bill Clinton in a blue dress, a woman's blue dress and red heels on. What kind of leverage you got on Bill Clinton, the president of the United States, where he goes to your house to visit you to do wickedness, and he got you a painting of you in the blue dress and red heels, and you're ha ha ha. That's a hoot.
Yeah.
What kind of craziness is that? Was that Adam?
In those flight logs, they got Chris Tucker
Yeah.
and Bill Gates.
Yeah.
All three of them went at the same time.
Yes.
4 consecutive times in those flight logs.
Con. And my point is, but you're the president, the most powerful man on earth, and this guy got a picture of you in a dress and red high heels, and he can't make you take it off. What kind of leverage he got on you?
You got some tape on.
He got a lot of tape on you. He got hours of tape on. You think they don't have blackmail scenarios going on in those little places? With that dinner wickedness you got going on? Mm-hmm. He had a picture of Bush doing the same thing. He had a picture of George Bush sitting in the Oval Office with a Jenga thing set up, and he had a plane on the floor, and half of the damn Jenga thing is broken down.
Yeah.
Like it's an image of the damn tower falling down.
Yeah.
He's got pictures. He had pictures of these things
Maybe.
in his house. And all these government officials are going there seeing it. Why am I saying this? He can mock powerful individuals and nobody can do anything about it.
It took years before the police in Florida was able to even investigate Epstein. Before the whole thing, before the case was cracked. It took years. That dude was getting away. He was getting away with luring 15-year-old, 16-year-old young girls.
He had handlers doing that. But they knew where he was going because they kept going to his mansion. But they couldn't do anything about it because he was too powerful for a long time. He was too powerful. But when that's why they had to kill him, because he had all the state secrets. Why am I bringing this out? It's an example of outside figures having power over the top officials in that country. This is that same power dynamic that would allow a king who was righteous to not eliminate high places. Who's going to go to war with individuals who have power and leverage that can make your life and your kingdom uncomfortable?
You're asking for civil war.
You're asking for wars. Everything is about in life is how many wars you want to fight. How long do you want to keep fighting?
That's true.
Is standing up for what's right that important to you? That's the question most I ask for all of us. How important is standing up for what's right? Standing up for righteousness? What are you willing to lose and endure and suffer and be uncomfortable for? This is what made Josiah righteous. You're going to see Josiah sat back here and went to war at age 20 against this wickedness. He goes to war after age 26 against the same wickedness. He's constantly going to war with this influence that just won't leave.
That's why the scripture says, "Weary not and well
done."
Where do you think the concepts come from in the New Testament?
You see like on TV?
Yeah.
Like, the good guy defeats the bad guy and everything's good and the good guy gets the girl. Listen, that's not life, bro. You're going to war against bad elements all the time until you die. Yeah. That's really what it is. Negative's not going to rest. Yeah. It's going to keep coming back up. You're going to keep fighting it. That is the challenge. I didn't cut you off, but I just want to bring that up.
No, it's true. And all I was pointing out was that when you're reading the Gospels and you're reading the main ideas in the Gospels, those main ideas are coming from a source. The source is our own history. Be not weary and well doing. If you're a king and you want your kingdom to last, you have to fight until you die. David was the best example of that. David had to fight until They had to take him off the battlefield. Hey, I need to get off the battlefield, bro. You can't be on the battlefield anymore.
You're too old because he was just too old.
You're too old to be on the battlefield. But that's the mindset to have in order to maintain really your kingdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, only one of those worked.
Yeah, they're really good, bro. This whole
This is
batch
the
is
worst
whack.
coals we have ever had.
Anyway, we're just commenting on these horrible coals that burn for like 5 minutes and they burn out. Anyway, let's keep going.
Con.
We're in 2 Chronicles 34 and 8.
Con. 2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 8 from the top. Now in the 18th year of his reign, when he had purged the land and the house, he sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, and Maasah, the governor of the city, and Joah, the son of
Jehoaz.
Jehoaz, the recorder, to repair the house of the Lord his power. And when they came to Hilkiah the high priest, they delivered the money that was brought into the house of the Most High.
Stop. I want to make sure before we go, I don't want to overpass this Hilkiah situation. We read this too many times. I want to go to Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 1 and 2. Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 1 and 2.
God.
We'll be getting back on this theme real quick, but I want to make sure we've read Hilkiah twice. And Hilkiah was the high priest, right?
God. Jeremiah chapter 1 and verse 1. The words,
Make sure everybody gets it. Jeremiah 1 and 1 and verse 2.
God.
Let's dump it all out.
Get a fresh coal.
Yeah. It literally fizzled out at like 10:40, bro. it was cut on at 10:15 and fizzled out at 10:40. That was whack. Anyway, what do you got, sir?
Jeremiah 1 and 1.
Yep.
The words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah.
Listen, Jeremiah was the son of Hilkiah. This Hilkiah that we're reading about during the time of Josiah, that was the high priest. So Jeremiah was the son of the high priest.
God.
Okay, read on.
Of the priests that were in Anathoth, in the land of Benjamin.
Okay, that was where they were stationed. Well, that doesn't mean that the high priest couldn't get chosen from that city and brought up to Jerusalem. Okay, they were just from a priestly family whose land was to have jurisdiction in Benjamin. Okay, read on.
Verse 2. To whom the word of the Most High came in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign.
This is why I said in the 13th year of Josiah's reign was when Josiah was 21. When Josiah was 21, Jeremiah was 20. And that was when the Most High chose Jeremiah to be a prophet. Okay? But Jeremiah's father was Hilkiah, the high priest that was working under or working with Josiah during the whole reformation of Israel. Just something for us to know and see how closely knit Jeremiah and the end of Chronicles and Kings are. It's all tied together. So, let's get back to Chronicles, 2 Chronicles 34 and verse 9.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 9. Whenever you're ready.
I am ready.
God, it says, and when they came to Hilkiah, the high priest, they delivered the money that was brought into the house of the Most High, which the Levites that kept the doors had gathered of the hand of Manasseh and Ephraim,
Okay.
and of all the remnant of Israel, and of all Judah.
So listen,
And
what is also shown is there were still Israelites in the land. There were still northern kingdom brothers and sisters in the land. Manasseh and Ephraim, there were still small patches of Israel up north. And they were supporting also down south. Okay? So when you read about like the king of Assyria taking out Israel, all of Israel wasn't taken out. Just like when the southern kingdom, when the Babylonians took out Israel, all of the southern kingdom wasn't eliminated out of Israel. Just the majority of them were. The poor were kept in Jerusalem to sit back and farm and send the product back to Babylon. Anyway, the point is there was northern kingdom people there also who they were collecting money from to set up and rebuild the temple. Read on.
And they returned to Jerusalem. Verse 10. And they put it in the hand of the workmen that had the oversight of the house of the Most High. And they gave it to the workmen that wrought in the house of the Most High to repair and amend the house. even to the artificers and builders gave they it to buy hewn stone and timber for
Couplings.
and to floor the houses which the kings of Judah had destroyed.
Okay.
And the men did the work faithfully, and the overseers of them were Jahath and Obadiah, the Levites, and the sons of Merari.
Of the sons of Merari.
Of the sons of Merari.
Because this is what we were saying earlier about Merari dealt with the construction of the temple. Okay?
And Zechariah and Meshullam, of the sons of the Kohathites, to set it forward.
Okay.
And other of the Levites, all that could skill.
I just want to make sure verse 12 is why we focus on Merari in 2 Kings 22 and 7. The reason I said Merari in 2 Kings 22 and 7 was because Chronicles specifies that Merari was over the construction of the rebuild of the temple. Read verse 12 again.
Verse 12.
I want to make sure I'm clear and I'm taking my time. I don't want to just jump and move and just run through verses. Okay?
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 12. And the men did the work faithfully, and the overseers of them were Jahath and Obadiah, the Levites, of the sons of Merari, and Zechariah and Meshullam, of the sons of the Kohathites, to set it forward. And it says, and other of the Levites, all that could skill of instruments of music.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there were over the bearers of burdens, and were overseers of all that wrought the work in any manner of service. And of the Levites, there were scribes and officers and porters.
You see how Chronicles gives more detail? Detail that a lot of times Kings kind of omits, especially in regards to the southern kingdom. Read on.
Verse 14. And when they brought out the money that was brought into the house of the Most High, Hilkiah the priest found a book of the law.
So what's happening is, as they were sitting back here and collecting all the money that was brought into the house of the Lord, obviously as they were collecting the money, in the finances, it was put in the back of the office. Let me show you. I hope I have an image of it, of the temple. And I do not. We got dinosaur skulls there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it on me. Matter of fact, maybe I can find it. I think this is important that I show this. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to look online and try to find a decent image of this for you guys. Because in the midst of this is the one. If I can stretch it out. It's going to come out hazy. My apologies. But if you see the inside of the temple in gold. But you'll see the outside of it. If you guys go online and look online for brothers in class. You see the outside lining of the temple is storage space. From the left side to behind the temple to the right side of the temple. They kind of like chunk it off so you can see how it looks inside. There's like 3 levels of storage in those back areas of the temple. The reason that's important is that was where they found this book of the law given by Moses. Okay? Just don't forget, before Josiah was in power and restoring order and all that good stuff for the Most High, who was in power that was bringing idols into the Holy of the Holies? That was Ahab. Okay? So Ahab was sitting back here bringing all this idolatry back into the kingdom. So they took this book, this Bible, and they hid it in this storage area in the temple. So when they were sitting back here and collecting monies, and they were doing all these repairs for the temple, they found this book that was hidden. This is what's happening. So, Karai, I need you to read 2 Chronicles 34 and 14 again. So, in the midst of construction, when you're in construction mode, you're cleaning, you're purging, you're sitting back, you're getting old stuff out, and then you see this thing hitting. Read 34 and 14 again. Like from verse 10 all the way to verse 13, They're showing this massive work project that's going on to repair the breaches. Give me verse 14 again.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 14. And when they brought out the money that was brought into the house of the Most High, Hilkiah the priest found a book of the law of the Most High given by Moses.
The priest found this book of the law that was written by Moses with hidden around all these other items that were in the storage cupboard of the actual temple. The funny thing is, no, listen, we're going to, verse 14, then we're going to sit back here. Let's continue.
Come on, verse 15. And
We're going to read to verse 19. Okay, sir?
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 15. And Hilkiah answered and said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Most High. And Hilkiah delivered the book to Shaphan.
First of all, they were kind of like, what are we going to do with this book? Let's sit back and give the book to the scribe, and the scribe can give this book to Josiah and see what he wants to do with it. What this shows us is there wasn't a lot of Bibles that were in existence at the time. Very few Bibles, very few books of Moses. What's the books of Moses?
First 5.
The first 5. What they picked up was the first 5. They knew the law. The priests knew the law. The priests had their rituals and routines about how to follow the law. The Jews knew about the commandments. But the reality was this. Nobody had any records of the prophecies. Nobody had any reminders about how to stay right with the Most High. Nobody read the written history of our people. Everything was oral. Everything was oral. Nobody had records of the curses. Nobody had records of Deuteronomy. The only record, the reason they're so amazed is nobody had records of this. Nobody had records of the entire damn Torah. It wasn't that they didn't know the law. They didn't have records of all the Bible. Now the kings might have had records of the chronicles of other kings at their disposal, but nobody had the complete thing. And that was what it was so important. So read verse 15 again.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 15.
So they're in the storage bin and they see this damn Bible that was hidden and nobody had access to it. Read on.
Come. It says, and Hilkiah answered and said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Most High. And Hilkiah delivered the book to Shaphan. And Shaphan carried the book to the king and brought the king word back again, saying, all that was committed to thy servants, they do it.
So they sat back here, brought word to the king, said all the work that your servants did, they're doing the construction. And oh, by the way, there's a book here you might want to read. Read on.
Verse 17. And they have gathered together the money that was found in the house of the Most High, and have delivered it into the hand of the overseers, and to the hand of the workmen. Then Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest had given me a book, and Shaphan read it before the king.
So listen, Shaphan and these guys didn't even have recollection of it. They didn't have the details of it. It just shows you Israel's willingness to be in the book and keep records was very low level.
Bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping was horrible. Keeping books never happened. It shows you that the regular population didn't read the scriptures. I can say that damn much. The regular population wasn't reading scriptures, and the elites didn't even have access to this book. Why is that important for us to say now? Listen, Israel, our people would have died to have this book and read and have access to us as much as we have access to it. Would you tell Israel to read the Bible? I didn't feel like reading the book. I didn't feel like studying. Listen, these people didn't even have access to reading books. I don't think we understand how much reading and learning is a privilege. And our people look at reading and learning as a what?
Chore.
as a
Chore.
burden. Mhm. Not even a chore. At least with a chore, you know you got to do it.
Yeah.
Reading is a burden to us. It's like stress. It's like punishment.
That's why when your family died, grandma's Bible's left behind, or your grandpa's Bible left behind. The family really don't want that. They want grandma's car.
Yeah, they want
grandma's house.
they want jewelry.
They want jewelry. Yeah, they want to split up the furniture.
They want the china.
And
they want to put that china, that good china.
They'll take the pictures. They'll take the family pictures before they take their Bible.
Yeah.
Listen, I always say it. Black folks put pictures of their kids in the Bible and put it in their car.
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's what black folk do. They get the newest picture of their kid. They put it in there with a flower. I don't know why flowers are so important. They put a flower in there.
Rose petals.
Some kind of rose petal or something like that. Some lilac. They put it in there, close it, and that Bible gets crusty as hell out. That leather dries up in that heat out. And they just drive with the Bible in the car. And that's what they do. And that's their idea of the Most High being with them.
Superstition.
You think I'm joking? You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. They think God's with them because I put the Bible in there. The Bible is like this. It's like the cross for vampires. It will keep the bad away. I never understood. Like you just give a cross to a man. I can't be around it. It's like a cross. I can't do anything. I'm powerless. That doesn't even make sense. Anyway, what am I trying to say? Our people don't read books. We hate reading books. But reading books and reading the scriptures is how we stay strong. You can start kind of piecing together why things. You may want to call. I don't know. Why Israel was so quick to backslide. We had no books. We didn't read any scriptures. All we dealt with what was in front of us. We knew the law. We were told the law. The law was etched in our brains, but we weren't reading enough to keep us grounded and connected to the Heavenly Father. So, Shaphan was given a book from Hilkiah, the priest, and the scribe started reading the book of the law, which is the book of Moses, to Josiah, King Josiah. Where are we at now? Let's continue.
Verse 19. 2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 19.
Before we go to verse 19, I want to go to, read verse 19, then we're gonna jump. Read verse 19.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 19. And it came to pass, when the king had heard the words of the law, that he rent his clothes.
What the hell would make a person tear his clothes after reading the book of the law? What about the book of the law would bring that much fear? Think about the 5 books of Moses. Don't answer the question yet. Think about, out of the 5 books of Moses, what will make you tear your clothes off in fear and panic and just make you do something extreme like that? Okay? Because obviously it was something he never read. It was something he never read, never heard, and it shook him in the reading of the Old Testament. Keep that in mind. Hold that and go to Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 31, verse 24 through 26. Deuteronomy, let me see, let me get it. Deuteronomy. Let me get it. 31 verse 24 through 26. Yep.
Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 31 and verse 24 through 26. And it came to pass, when Moses had made an end of writing the words of this law.
So listen, he says when he finished writing the words of the law. So that's all of Deuteronomy. When he finished writing from Genesis to Deuteronomy, when he finished it, read on.
It says, until they were all finished, that Moses commanded the Levites, which bear the ark of the covenant of the Most High, saying.
He said, Moses told the Levites, what?
Take this book of the law and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Most High, your power.
So he said, he gave the Levites instruction to put this book on the side of the ark. Not inside of it, on the side of it. This was a law that Moses gave the Levites. Keep this book here so it can be what? Read reminded of, we don't forget it. The law was supposed to put on the outside of the temple. I mean, not the temple, the covenant, the ark. The law was supposed to be put on the outside of the ark. Read on.
That it may be there for a witness against thee.
So listen, for it to be a witness against thee, why would it be inside? You won't see it. It has to be something as a reminder for the people to keep them tethered. Yes,
So it was just leaning up against it?
Yes. It was put up against it. But obviously, when King Ahab was in power, you think they kept that book there? They had to get rid of the book and hide it. Because Ahab was going to be destroying every damn thing that had to do with the Bible. With the Most High. That's why he kept putting idols all in the temple. And in the Holy of Holies. So if he's putting stuff in the Holy of Holies, whatever priest was there had to take that book out and hide it. For the sake of preservation. Whether it was with that king or other kings before who was off the chain and wicked. Well, either it was Ahab or it was maybe Ahaz. It could have been any of those kings that they had to take it and hide it to preserve it. It just shows there wasn't a lot of Bibles in production, in circulation, and I was probably the only one at the time left. So preserving it was everything. But Moses said, man, it's supposed to be right next to the ark, but it wasn't there. And that ritual wasn't maintained. Does that make sense? Okay, now what we're going to do is go to 2 Kings 22, verse 8 through 11.
Come on. 2 Kings chapter 22 and verse 8 through 11. And Hilkiah the high priest said unto Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Most High. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it. And Shaphan the scribe came to the king, and brought the king word again, and said, Thy servants have gathered the money that was found in the house, and have delivered it into the hand of them that do the work, that have the oversight of the house of the Most High. And Shaphan the scribe showed the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest had delivered me a book, and Shaphan read it before the king. And it came to pass, when the king had heard the words of the book of the law, that he rent his clothes. And the king commanded Hilkiah the priest and Ahikam.
Stop. I don't want verse 12. Hold that. We're doing a little bouncing, but we'll get regulated soon. Now let's go back to 2 Chronicles 34, verse 18 and 19.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verses 18 through 19. Then Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, Hilkiah, the priest had given me a book, and Shaphan read it before the king. And it came to pass, when the king had heard the words of the law, that he rent his clothes.
Why is this such an important thing? One is this. I'm going to say this. We have to make sure we understand the mind of the Most High in this situation. What was Josiah trying to accomplish when he was 20? Eradicating evil, right? Eradicating idolatry. When he turned 26, now his next focus is to restore the temple, right? Now, with those two things happening, what was the reward for his dedication? What was the reward for Josiah's dedication? What was the reward for Josiah's dedication in reestablishing the temple, eliminating idolatry?
The book of the law.
More scriptures, more understanding, the opportunity for more understanding.
The Most High opened up a door because he was zealous.
Exactly. And my answer is, my statement is this. How does the Most High reward us, and what does he reward us with?
Understand.
More understanding. Problem is, we don't understand the Most High. We do good works and want just carnal rewards. The goal is to sit back and pursue the Most High to pursue doing right by the Most High so we can get more understanding and more wisdom of how the Most High operates. That should be our goal. Because once Josiah hears about what's about to happen to his people, then all of a sudden his works get even greater. His works get greater. His operations improve. His dedication improves. So once again, when you show the Most High that you're trying to change, He gives you more scriptures and more opportunity to do more change. That is the reward for pursuing the Lord. I think a lot of times our happiness and our consciousness is based upon doing good with the expectation that life gets easier, with the expectation that we're supposed to gain things in the flesh that makes us happy. The Most High He gives what we need on that level. But what we're supposed to be pushing for is greater understanding to the Heavenly Father so we could have greater opportunities to do more work for Him. Yes, that one.
Yeah, would that be the opportunity to draw closer to Him?
Yes.
Closer to understand Him more?
And that's what this is all symbolic for. Everything that He did gave Him an opportunity to get even closer to Him, to understand His will even more. That was what the Most High was baiting him into. You want to give, you want to do right? Great. I'm going to reward you with more understanding. That is valuable in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. The problem is, more understanding and more wisdom, we don't value that. We just want to sit back here and be like Big Boy and just watch a little girl blow bubbles out. That's all we want, that. We don't want to sit back here and achieve more in Christ and learn more in Christ. But I'm telling you, the scripture says that's the greatest reward. You get a chance to learn, operate, and perform greater works for me. That should bring about happiness. Now, this brought fear in Josiah because he understood the magnitude of what was coming to his people. So after he found out, damn, man, whatever he read in that book shook him. Now, we're going to read some other books that kind of like clarify or paint a picture as to what this is. But whatever it is, it motivated him enough to sit back here and take whatever he was doing to another level. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to read this. This is the International Bible Commentary. And it says, and some copy was deposited in the temple at the time of the dedication of Solomon. So one of these copies of the law was put in during the time that the temple was dedicated during Solomon's time. Only a limited document is here in question as it was read publicly in a relatively short time for a longer performance in Nehemiah. Okay? Clearly, it carried conviction in a way an entirely new composition would not and must have revived memories of the ancient laws such as moved Hezekiah and Joash. The king's immediate reaction is alarm. Great is the Lord's anger, suggesting that Deuteronomy 28 was part of this book. Okay? Although Zephaniah and Jeremiah were active prophets at the time, and that's something for you to know. Zephaniah was prophesying at this time, and it said that Zephaniah was the one who was, or Jeremiah was the understudy of Zephaniah. That's what it said. Jeremiah was the understudy of Zephaniah. Point is that although Zephaniah and Jeremiah were active prophets at the time, he sends to prophetess Huldah. We'll go into that later. But all I'm trying to say is, what was explained and what was read, more likely than not, was Deuteronomy 28, about the curses that came from Israel not following the law. And when he read the book of the law, and he zeroed in on Deuteronomy 28, that's what brought him to fear.
That's what woke us up.
And that's the point.
That's what woke us up. Listen, color was great.
Yes.
When I saw June 28th, I said, oh my God.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, my life up.
Listen, and that's what's happening. Deuteronomy 28 is what shook Josiah up to get him to not just push for himself, but to push to take his nation even that much more further to serving the Heavenly Father. And it makes complete sense. What other chapter, prophecy-wise, was going to shake a king up enough to sit back and take his reforms to the next level and to take his work to the next level? Because his work at that particular point was, now I got to sit back here. I have to fight to get Israel to see they got to change. It's one thing with tearing down altars and tearing down high places. Now I got to teach them. Now I got to put this same fear in their hearts in hopes that they change and come back around to the Most High.
The scripture on that, Deuteronomy 31 and 24. Mm-hmm. Deuteronomy 31 verse 24.
We went there.
Okay, you already got it.
What Moses telling the people.
Yeah.
The order was to sit back here and drop the law and put it, that book of the law was supposed to be put on the side.
My bad. I stepped out. I didn't even know you had went there. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's what we want. Because that was the law Moses gave the Levites instruction to put the law on the side of the covenant so it wouldn't be forgotten.
Right. They said it was supposed to be a testimony against them.
Mm-hmm.
Supposed to be a witness against them. So as a reminder that there's something that needs to be done, that you can't use an excuse I never knew. Because our people love to say, nobody told me.
Yep.
Nobody showed me. Nobody explained that to me. I never knew that. And what? Yeah, say again.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. I didn't know. How can I be guilty? Nobody explained that to me.
Huh?
Well, that's what the law's for.
Huh?
You can't run away with the excuse that nobody told me.
And now you're going to hear the consequence of not following law. And that's what wasn't drilled in their heads. They knew the law, but they didn't sit back and read all the stories and all the consequences that was going to come from them. They didn't read. We weren't reading. We didn't have access to books. The only ones that had access to books were the priests and the elite, and we didn't even have this.
No.
We didn't even have this access until then. Don't forget, all these wicked kings that were coming in, they had to hide, they had to preserve it. And they put that book of the law in the back, in that back storage area, almost forgotten. Until this time of the end, and Josiah sees it, and sees the imminent danger, and now he's stressed out about what we're going to do about this imminent danger. So now he's on the floor, he's crying, he's supplicating to the Most High, trying to figure out what the next step is. Now, crying about that time, sir.
Yes, sir.
You want to do it?
Yes, sir. Warmracha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Warmracha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yasha'Allah. I much. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatah.
All right. So, what we're going to go into now is 2 Chronicles, chapter 20 through 28. Second Chronicles, chapter 34, verse 20.
So 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verse 20 through 28. And the king commanded Hilkiah and Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, and Abdon, the son of Micaiah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Asaiah, a servant of the king, saying, Go, inquire of the Most High for me, for them that are left in Israel and in Judah, concerning the words of the book that is found.
So he says, man, listen, go and find out for any of the priests that was up in Israel, left, and in the southern kingdom, concerning these damn curses that's coming to us. Read on.
For great is the wrath of the Most High that is poured out upon us, because our fathers have not kept the word of the Most High, to do after all that is written in this book.
This is how you know that same frame of communication is in Deuteronomy chapter 28. To not do that's all that's written in the book. That's definitely in Deuteronomy 28. It talks about that in let me see. It just that frame of communication is what was read in Deuteronomy 28. So they understand that, hey, these curses coming, the people haven't changed. We got to sit back here and inquire about what we need to do to make this right with the Heavenly Father. Read on.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 22. And Hilkiah and they that the king had appointed went to Huldah, the prophetess, the wife of Shallum, the son of Tikvah.
Okay, so listen, they went to a prophetess. Her name was Huldah. Okay, and it says she was the wife of Shallum, and Shallum was part of I guess he was the head of the wardrobe department of the Levites. Read on.
The son of Hasrah, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she dwelt in Jerusalem in the college.
Stop. When it says she dwelt in Jerusalem in the college is the Mishnah, and that's the southern part of Jerusalem. That's like the second tier living at. You understand? Jerusalem was where the elites lived. Jerusalem where the top dogs was living. The elites lived in Jerusalem. The regular folk lived outside of Jerusalem. Okay, so living in the college, that means she lived in the lower level, the lower tier of Jerusalem. Okay, so the prophetess lived in the lower tier of Jerusalem. Read on.
And they spake to her to that effect.
Okay.
And she answered them.
So they spoke to her about these curses that were coming and what Josiah read. And they're trying to find out what her view is as a prophetess. Read on.
And she answered them, Thus saith the Most High of Israel, Tell ye the man that sent you to me.
Tell that guy, King Josiah. Read on.
Thus saith the Most High, Behold, I will bring evil upon this place.
And this is how she explains this is how you know it was Deuteronomy 28. Read on.
And upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the curses that are written in the book.
She says all those curses that was written in the book is going to go to these people.
Oh, man.
Those curses is Deuteronomy 28. So it lets you know Deuteronomy 28 is twofold. It's not just America. It's Babylon and America.
It's all our adversaries. It's the condition we go into every time.
Every time we go against the Most High, this is what we face. When you sit back, I'm not going to lie to you. I read it yesterday. When you read like Lamentations 5 sounds like America. You know what Jeremiah said in Lamentations 5? He said, we're in hell. We're in slavery condition. We have to buy our own water. What's that sound like? We eat defiled food. Like, that's how I'm in America. I gotta pay the saws? Why I gotta pay saws for water? Why I gotta pay the white man so I get water, right?
Yep.
This is slavery. When you read Lamentations 5, it sounds like the condition in Babylon, obviously, and it sounds like our conditions. Don't gotta read it now, but we are gonna go to Lamentations 5 eventually. Remind me after we get deported to Babylon in the scriptures, remind me about Lamentations 5 because we're gonna go over it then. But what am I trying to say? Huldah knew as a prophetess, listen, those curses are coming to Israel. Deuteronomy 28 is coming. And let him know it's coming. But she's going to say, but because Josiah was doing good, it's not going to come to him.
Yeah, this is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I know. I told him not to go to Lamentations. He's deep. He's in like verse 8 of Lamentations 5.
There's a lot going on over there.
I know that. Don't go there. I'm just throwing it out there. Just write Lamentations 5 on the side and go back at it. But let's go 2 Chronicles 34 and it's funny, man. 34 and verse 24 again.
2 Chronicles chapter 34
It's
and
hot,
verse
though, right? It's
24.
It's fire, bro.
Thus saith the Most High, Behold, I will bring evil upon this place, and upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the curses that are written in the book, which they have read before the king of Judah.
Those curses is Deuteronomy, man. It just tells you all those curses and all the book of the law wasn't accessible to the people at all. It wasn't accessible unless they were teaching it. It wasn't accessible unless they were teaching it. And very few people were teaching the scriptures to the people.
And I don't think people want to hear that.
Well, that's
I don't
another
think
thing.
people how about people want to hear,
Smooth thing.
don't do this, don't do that,
Everything's gonna be cool.
Plant your crops.
Let's simplify it.
and your crops will grow,
Mhm.
right? People want to hear the information. It doesn't feel bad, but Deuteronomy 28 is very intense.
It lets you know. It lets you know our true people who speak the truth don't get a lot of followers. If you want people that teach about the white man, you will get thousands of views. Just go on street speak and talk about the white man, and guess what? 3,000 views. Like,
Yeah.
whoa!
And
This
this
is
is
what you call the white man, the devil, that the
This is
Bible
the
speaks
problem.
of. It's got to be in that tense. The white man that the Bible speaks of. The devil, the white man.
We are the Israelites the Bible speaks of, and guess what? You're white. You're a white man.
And you're the devil. You are Diablo.
It's like-
if you say that, all of a sudden they love it out. But when you sit back and say you got to change, you got to be accountable for your
man,
actions.
get outta here with that.
Let's go in these books to show you how to change and how to get right. No, we're cool.
It wouldn't be that
Skip
way.
it.
It wouldn't be that
Let's
way
see
if I
some
walked
more.
with the
Let's
white
see some
man.
more Israelite World Star. I want to see Israelite World Star. That's what people want to do.
Yeah.
It's telling you we didn't care for reading, and at this particular time, the priest didn't either. How about that? The priests didn't care for reading, and they didn't care for teaching.
Was this before or after they were stealing money? Which one was it? This is bad culture all around.
This is after. Listen, the money was misappropriated. Does that sound better than stealing that? It was misappropriated. The problem is,
And that's funny because the priests will maintain tithes and expect tithes to get paid from the people, which is a law.
Yeah.
But they omit the other laws.
yeah.
That's what's crazy is that the laws that benefit them, they'll keep in motion and they'll enact those laws and they'll support those laws because it keeps the money coming in. But the other laws, we're not gonna worry about them other laws because they don't directly benefit me.
And it's almost like, and it's just the knowledge was the power. So we didn't have to teach them more. Just follow us. Just follow us, and you'll be okay. Why empower the people? Why empower the people with how to get strong and stay potent with the Most High? It's better to keep them broke and needy and dependent on us.
It's bad though.
That's exactly what it is. So then when they're needy on us and we're corrupt, we corrupt the whole people.
We
This is what most of this war to these pastors, huh?
had a bunch of Jesse Jacksons that,
And a bunch of our people that didn't read the Bible, who just followed the power and the political influence. This is how you broke the people. Don't have them read. Don't have them study. You ain't got to just follow what we're saying. Just bring these sacrifices when you break these laws, and you're good.
and you know
And that's why it's easier to vote for somebody
Yeah.
to take care of your problems than for you to solve them yourself.
And the people, the leadership was corrupt, and the people didn't want to think.
Yep.
If I don't want to be accountable for what's inside of me, and all I got to do is follow what you say, and life is easy, and I can get to the kingdom, then I'm gonna follow the easy path.
This is
Who
what
wants to sit back here, go back and listen to this 4-hour class again when you need some free time? Hell
you're
no!
losing your free time, huh?
Listen, I gotta go back and read Bible verses and take notes and really understand this. Why?
This is my
You
question.
got it. You did it.
This is my question though.
That's what you're doing here for.
Doesn't this set precedence for the medieval time period when you're dealing with the Catholic priests, which were probably our people,
Or during the Dark Ages,
Yeah.
it was.
that didn't want people to read because it didn't benefit them. It's still the same.
It
premise.
goes back to nobility had the power, and the serfs and everybody else were just manipulated.
Peasants.
This is why it's so important. If we want to have this quote unquote Israelite awakening, we better be willing to read the Bible and take accountability for these scriptures.
Yeah.
We have to stay in order too. And you still have to follow order, but listen, you have to follow order, but know the scriptures enough to know when leadership is tripping. When you're tripping, that's how we all maintain our strength. Listen, and it's better. Listen, if you're trying to run things the right way, it's better to empower the body anyway. Give them as many scriptures and ammunition as you need to keep them potent. If they're potent, we benefit. Everybody benefits from everybody being potent. Things last longer. But but a lot of leaders don't want to operate that way.
Because you gotta be. It's uncomfortable.
Because I gotta be on point. I gotta live the right way. The more I empower you, the more they're looking at me. I don't want that. So no, I'm not gonna say that other word, but then you sit back and operate, running things from a different perspective, a different lens,
A different regime.
but it's a different way of leadership.
Can I pull this verse right here? Ecclesiasticus 21, 21st chapter, 7th verse.
Ecclesiasticus 21 and what?
And the 7th verse.
Okay.
Verse 7, chapter 21. This is an important scripture to remember.
Yeah.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 21 and verse 7. An eloquent man is known far and near.
So there's lots of good, swelling talkers. And like Paul said, we didn't come with the power of speech, the power of words, the power of men's wisdom, and speech using this fancy conversation that tickles the ear. Right? An eloquent man is known near and far. Read.
But a man of understanding knoweth when he slippeth.
And that's the benefit of having a congregation that's well studied. When the congregation's well studied, they know when a man's just talking ish, and a man's just speaking out of his tail and outside of his mouth and giving you what you want to, telling you what you want to hear. So it behooves
For an exchange.
for an exchange, for a benefit, for a bribe. It benefits the people that you study and learn this information for yourself and know this for yourself, so you can't be persuaded. Because that's in Israel, the doctrine changes every 10 years anyway. Somebody always presents a new concept or a new ideal that doesn't match the scriptures, but it sounds good.
Yep. And listen, this verse isn't saying eloquent speakers is bad. What it's saying is what's more important than eloquent speakers is the capacity to know when you're off.
Yeah.
If I can know instead of when I'm off, I can see when others are off.
Yeah.
That's more valuable than eloquent speech.
Yeah.
But we done with that?
Now, that was the point.
So let's go back to Huldah. And Huldah saying, yeah, whatever you read in that Deuteronomy, those curses are coming. It's happening. You are correct in your assumption. It's fast. After you die, B, everything's falling apart. Pretty much, after Josiah dies, everything falls apart. Read on.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 25. Because they have forsaken me, and have burned incense unto other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore my wrath shall be poured out upon this place, and shall not be quenched.
Listen, they're still burning incense unto other gods. Think about that. They did burn incense with Ahab, but he says, because they have forsaken me and have burned incense unto other gods. They're still burning incense. They're still rebelling, even though Josiah did all this work for reformation. They're still sinning. We're on.
And as for the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Most High, so shall she say unto him, Thus saith Yahweh of Israel, concerning the words which thou hast heard. Because thine heart was tender, and thou didst humble thyself before the Most High, when thou heardest his words against this place.
He said, well, you know what's crazy? With all the good works that he did, he was still humble enough to be willing to do more good works. He says, you was humble in sitting back here and defending my name when you wiped out the idolaters as much as you could. But now you heard these prophecies and you're still humble? He takes note to our humility. Our humility is based upon our willingness to keep serving him despite the level of inconvenience for us. He could have sat back here and did what most of the kings did and just kept not breaking the law and just kept doing right for him. He was sitting back here finding, what can we do as a nation to help restore our people? He really loved his people. Listen, it takes real love to teach a bunch of people that don't want to be taught. It takes real love to do that. If you want to get in this teaching the Bible business, get ready for that. Get ready to teach people that don't want to hear what the hell you got to say. That's number one. Do you have enough love and can you stomach teaching people and you get rejected from it? I remember I thought I could say the word in high school. I was teaching people the Bible and the law, and all of a sudden they were like, either they're like, hell no, I ain't doing that. Or they would be like, okay. They would just start moving like this.
Yeah, one's like a outward,
Yeah, hell no, I ain't doing that shit.
and then one's just,
And other people are just,
that's you.
hey, no problem. This is the weirdo.
No.
Don't hang out with this guy. This guy's not cool. It was one or the other. It was very few people, and the ones that did ask questions, it was to mock and clown.
Oh, man.
And it was to sit back and start shit. It was one of the three. Listen, I was unsuccessful at bringing anybody in the truth when I was in high school. I was 0 for the whole school life. But that was okay. I had to go through that. For the most to see, are you in this for me or not?
Yeah.
Are you in this for me or not? But this is the job that you're choosing. A job that's thankless. A job where people don't appreciate what you do every day.
So you better find a stronger reason to do it.
You better do it for God.
Yeah.
Like you better do it for the Lord, bro.
Do it for the Lord.
You better do it for the Lord. He's why you get him every day. And for the love of the work, the love of the craft. It's for the Most High and the love of the craft. Do you love to teach? Do you love to paint the picture for people to learn? Do you love to sit back here for the Most High like a prophet was here? That's all it was. They will know that a man of the Lord was here that taught me. It don't get no deeper than that. So, and like chapter 1 poured out, and I poured out earlier in Deuteronomy about as a witness against them. That's why you do it. So when you want to sit back and act like I didn't know, no, you knew. Listen, remember it says every knee shall bow? Mm-hmm. You're going to know that person who taught you, and you blew them off. Everybody that blew you off when you teach them at the work or at the street speaking or whatever, everybody that you taught and they blew it off, they're going to know they had a chance to get changed up, and they chose not. So, Huldah is dropping these bars. She's like, listen, man, tell the guy that brought you Josiah, your heart was tender. Give me verse 27.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 27. Because thine heart was tender, and thou didst humble thyself before the Most High, when thou heardest his words against this place, and against the inhabitants thereof, and humblest thyself before me, and didst rend thy clothes, and weep before me, I have even heard thee also, saith the Most High.
Bro, he heard. He's Most High heard. He understood, and because of it, he's going to take care of him. Read verse 28.
Verse 28. Behold, I will gather thee to thy fathers, and thou shalt be
Matter of fact, I screwed up on this, but I want to make sure I pull this verse. Go to Zephaniah. This kind of explains what the college is. When we explain about that Mishnah part, I should have brought this earlier. I want to bring it in so that we don't move on completely past it. I know we missed the point, but I should have brought this out. Zephaniah 1 and 10. This kind of goes into the second part of the city of Jerusalem.
Zephaniah chapter 1 and verse 10. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Most High, that there shall be the noise of a cry from the fish gate.
The fish gate is the northeastern part of the temple, near the temple. When you sit back and look at the old images of the temple, if I'm not mistaken, the fish gate is northeast. If you're looking from here. Now, the real map, I think it's east is going that direction, west, north, and south. So it's probably going west side. Okay? But let's keep going.
And an howling from the second, and a great crashing from the hills.
Let me sit back. Read it again.
Zephaniah chapter 1 and verse 10. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Most High, that there shall be the noise of a cry from the fish gate, and an howling from the second.
The second is that second gate at the bottom that establishes the north tier, the high-end tier from the second tier. The second is the second tier living, the lower part of the city. Okay, read on.
And a great crashing from the hills.
That second tier living was like the living below David's old habitation. When you sit back and look at the old map, David's habitation was here. The south was here. That second tier was around here. If you're looking online, that second tier, I'm moving the damn arrow. Nobody can see it, but it's the you see the part up top with the white with the temple.
It's like a figure eight, but the bottom half of the eight.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great way to. The bottom part of the figure eight is the second tier or the college of Israel. Okay, and luckily during King Hezekiah's time, he was able to bring the water down to that bottom part of the figure eight side. But that was the hood of Jerusalem. The college was the hood of Jerusalem. So he's saying that in the prophecy of Zephaniah 1 and 10, that the howling and the noise of the crying is going to be happening from the north, from the elite area, all the way down to where every regular poor folk's going to be. Everybody's going to feel the weight of this terror. Okay?
The curses.
And the curses. And then it says in a great crashing from the hills. Then all people outside of the city is going to feel the weight of this terror. I just want to bring that out so we know that second tier, that second part of the city is talking about Jerusalem. So let's get back and do verse 28 in Chronicles, and then we'll go to some Josephus real quick. Read that,
Second
sir.
Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 28. Behold, I will gather thee to thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered to thy grave in peace. Neither shall thy eyes see all the evil that I will bring upon this place.
Listen, Most High, the best I can do for you is you ain't going to see evil. You're not going to see evil. You're not going to see the fall. Because of your humility, because you want to serve the Most High, I won't let you see what's about to happen. This complete shit show that's happening right after you die. Read on.
And upon the inhabitants of the same. So they brought the king word again.
So we're going to hold that real quick. Now we're going to go. So listen, think about this. What did the prophetess Huldah tell him? Listen, man, thank you for trying. Thanks for coming out. But this bad, all them 28 curses in Deuteronomy 28, from verse 15 to 68, it's happening.
Same thing Moses did.
Exactly. Whatever Moses said from verse 15 to 68, it's going to happen.
I know you will utterly corrupt yourselves
Yeah.
after my passing.
Yes. And this is like 1,000 years afterwards, 800 years afterwards. Point is, so the curses are going to happen. And Huldah tells him this, tells King Josiah this through the priests Hilkiah and Shaphan. So let's go to Josephus. Chapter 10, or book 10. Chapter 4, paragraph 2. Josiah, book 10, chapter 4, paragraph 2.
Page 270.
Adam, I'm gonna have Adam do it. He'll do Josephus, and we'll bounce it off like that.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Adam, Shaw Shabbatah, Ban Yahawah, Ban Yahshua. I mentioned. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahabah Shem Yahshai Brakatah.
All right, thumb. All right, let's do this. We're going to do the whole chapter.
But when he was now in the 18th year of his reign, he sent to Eliakim, the high priest, and gave order that out of what money was overplus, he should cast cups and dishes and vials for ministration in the temple. And besides that, they should bring all the gold or silver which was among the treasuries, and expend that also in making cups and the like vessels. But as the high priest was bringing out the gold, he lighted upon the holy books of Moses that were laid up in the temple. And when he had brought them out, he gave them to Shaphan the scribe, who, when he had read them, came to the king and informed him that all was finished, which he had ordered to be done. He also read over the books to him, who, when he had heard them read, rent his garments, and called for Eliakim, the high priest, and for Shaphan the scribe, and for certain other of the most Salaki, and for certain other of his most particular friends.
And those his particular friends, they were good men that loved the Lord, who ended up looking after their sons, ended up looking after Jeremiah down the line when everybody else was going against him. Read on.
Salakia.
It says, and sent them to Huldah. And sent them to Huldah. I know I'm saying Huldah.
I got it.
Huldah?
Huldah, yeah.
Line 59.
Okay.
One more second, Adam. Come on. 5.
Look at line.
Oh.
If you have the little sentences where each sentence is lines that are numbered, it's line 59 in chapter 2.
59 in chapter 2.
Mhm.
Come.
Do it.
Yes, sir. Line 59. Who, when he had heard them read, rent his garment, and called for Eliakim the high priest, and for Shaphan the scribe, and for certain other of his most particular friends, and sent them to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shalom, which Shalom was a mighty
Nope.
man of dignity.
Was a man? You have mighty on yours?
No, it is man.
Okay.
Sorry. And was a man of dignity, and of an eminent family.
Yeah, exactly. Now hold this. Hold that. He was of an eminent family. Hold that real quick. We're going to go to a verse. I want to go to Jeremiah 32. Jeremiah 32, verse 6 and 7, to explain shalom. Right? Shalom.
Okay.
Jeremiah 32, verse 6 and 7. Read that.
Jeremiah chapter 32 and verse 6. And Jeremiah said, the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Behold, Hanameel the son of Shallum, thine uncle.
Stop. So Shalom was Jeremiah's uncle. Shalom was Jeremiah's uncle, and Hilkiah was Jeremiah's father. Okay? So once again, they were all, Jeremiah was part of that royal family. Shalom that we're reading about in 2 Kings and 2 Chronicles was the uncle to Jeremiah. Hilkiah was the father of Jeremiah. Okay, so this I don't want to go too deep into Jeremiah 32, but Jeremiah is locked up like Achan in Jeremiah 32, and his Shalom's son Hanameel is trying to sit back here and sell property in the middle of the Benjamites, not the Benjamites, but the Babylonians besieging Jerusalem. It's crazy. He's trying to sell land in the middle of there being a food shortage. Nobody can eat and survive. And this guy is trying to get back and do a business deal when the whole world's collapsing, and buying and selling land ain't going to make no difference because the Babylonians are going to sit back here and wipe them out within weeks and months. But I don't want to go there. I just want to bring out that point about who Shalom was. Shalom was the uncle of Jeremiah. Okay, so let's continue in the Josephus. Okay, Adam, go.
Which Shalom was a man of dignity and of an eminent family, and bid them go to her and say that he desired she would appease the Most High, and endeavor to render him propitious to them, for that there was cause to fear, lest upon the transgression of the laws of Moses by their forefathers, they should be in peril of going into captivity.
That's that Deuteronomy 28. That was why he was so afraid. He's like, man, we got to sit back and talk to this prophet and see what she says, because if we don't follow these laws as a nation, we're going to fall as a nation. Read on.
And of being cast out of their own country.
He knew. You know what he knew? Josiah knew, I can be as righteous as I want to be. If the nation don't come together, we're going to all fall apart.
That's the game. We're only going as far as our weakest link.
That's the point.
That's the hard part about a camp setting, or the truth in general. Basically, you have to live for the next person. And when we're being selfish, everybody's affected by selfishness.
Yeah. And that's the demon. Listen, in the middle of this besieging, this guy wants to sell some land.
That's his cousin. That's what cousins do. That's what cousins do.
Oh man! Cousins only come around when it's time to buy and sell. He's like, hey man, I know like you're like the last guy. It's 8 people. 7 of them sign off of it. Yeah. If you sign off,
we're going to flip that.
We can flip that money. How you flipping money and all the soldiers are around in Babylon? The Babylonians are all around Jerusalem.
They're finna go away. We need to come up real quick.
That's what I'm saying. They're gonna go away. We can take this bread, and you know I know inflation's high as a mug right now. So if we sell this land, we'll be able to sit back and come up and eat a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Who's gonna sit back here and take your land, bro? Anyway, it's just people were buying and selling.
Somebody may have bought that. And as soon as they bought it,
the second deal,
guy came through.
It's a second deal. Yeah. You want to buy and sell property when property and selling ain't gonna matter at all?
But that's what Christ said in Luke 17. He said, before the Son of Man coming, he said there should be buying and selling.
Wow. Now, I get that, but you have Babylonian troops have surrounded Jerusalem. You can't listen. Anathoth was a city in Benjamin. You can't even leave the city to see the land.
Looking for a good deal.
The land that was being sold was in Anathoth. It was in the Benjamite city. You can't leave Jerusalem to see it. Because all the Babylonians have surrounded it. So why are you selling something? You can't even show the property. You can't show how you get mail back and forth to people.
That's the mindset that our people have today that says I'm gonna hustle till the world blow up.
Yeah.
That's the mindset.
I'm gonna ball till I fall.
I'm gonna ball till I fall. I'm gonna get it how I live.
That's our people.
That's our people, though.
That's not Edomite side.
No, that ain't Edomite side.
Edomites like, listen, the market's crash. You can't do anything.
Right. They make it smart.
Edomites is going to be jumping over the damn towers. Jump off the buildings, jumping over the damn walls. That's what Edomites do. Niggas going to just do nigga schemes until they can't scheme no more.
I can't do it.
Who's going to want to buy this land when the whole land? Listen, think about this. I'm selling Anathoth. I want to make sure I paint this picture properly. Anathoth was already besieged. Listen, the Babylonians were taking Jerusalem, the crown jewel. Anathoth didn't have any walls. How do you even know it was already taken? Those outside, listen, the only walled cities was Jerusalem and Lachish. Lachish was a walled city. Remember that when the Assyrians took out Lachish, and that was when Hezekiah started sweating it. Because they already took out another walled city. So these other cities were just exposed to everybody. They were an afterthought. I'm going to sell some land that's probably already conquered over by the enemy. It's the idea that everything's going to be okay.
No, or I couldn't pass up a good deal.
God, it's craziness. And I'm visiting my cousin in jail. Anyway,
I got it for the low, man. I'll give away for the low if you want to buy it.
Bro, I seen some money. Put some money in your books, man. I'll put some money in. I'll put some money in. Get some extra bread.
What we say is, man, you just hold on to that land. It's gonna be worth something later. You know what I'm saying? Just hold on to it. Wait till everything's stabilized. Wait till the market's stable, and then that price gonna double or triple.
Listen, that's logic. But he's trying to get rid of it. He's trying to do a fire sale. Anyway, it's just low level thinking. And this is definitely our people. This is us. We ain't reading books. Edomites will be reading books. Didn't the scripture say that? The Greeks, you got the what? Wisdom. Not us. We want signs and play drums and burn incense. That's what we want to do. Not overthink things. So let's continue.
Lest upon the transgression of the Torah of Moses by their forefathers, they should be in peril of going into captivity, and of being cast out of their own country, lest they should be in want of all things.
That's the want of all things. That's Deuteronomy 28. Read on.
And so, in their days miserable. When the prophetess had heard this from the messengers that were sent to her by the king, she did bid them back to the king, and say that the Most High had already given sentence against them.
And we read that in Jeremiah a couple weeks ago. He says, because of what Manasseh did, it was done. Read on.
To destroy the people and cast them out of their country and deprive them of all the happiness they enjoyed. which sentence none could set aside by any prayers of theirs.
He says, man, there's no prayers that y'all can send up that's changing this situation from going the way it's going. Huda said it's fruitless. You can try, but all these attempts to save the people is over. It's futile. Escape is futile. Read on.
Since it was passed on account of their transgressions of the Torah, and of their not having repented in so long a time.
He said it's been over 500 years, bro. You ain't changed. 300 years since Jeroboam.
He said so long a time.
For so long of not listening, the sentence is done. Yeah, haven't you had to spank your kids that way sometimes too? You tell them no, you tell them no, you tell them no, you tell them no, you tell them no. And after a certain time, I just gotta get you, man. You might have tried this little good, this little change to the very last end, but I'm done. You've been poking the bear all this time. Now you got to deal with it. Read on.
While the prophets had exhorted them to amend and had foretold the punishment that would ensue on their impious practices, which threatening the Most High would certainly execute upon them, and they might be persuaded that He is the Most High, and had not deceived them in any respect as to what He had denounced by His prophets.
See, the Most High never deceived Israel, never played games with them. He was always straight with them, and Israel just blew him off and didn't take the warning serious. Now it's time. Now it's time to fall. Read on.
That yet, because Josiah was a righteous man, he would at present delay those calamities, but that after his death he would send on the multitude what miseries he had determined for them.
He said, Josiah, you're a righteous man, so while you're alive, I'm going to keep this thing up. But as soon as you die, bro, all hell's breaking loose in the people. Hold that. Now we're going to go back to, let's go 2 Chronicles 34 again. And we're going to do 29 through 32.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 29
to 32.
to 32. Then the king sent and gathered together all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. And the king went up into the house of the Most High, and all the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the priests and the Levites, and all the people, great and small.
So read this again. He said he went and got all the men of Judah. He went to the house of the Lord, gathered all the men of Judah, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the priests and the Levites. He got all the people, men, women, everybody there. Elites and the small. Read on.
Verse 30. And the king went up into the house of the Most High.
This is amazing.
And all the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the priests and the Levites, and all the people, great and small. And he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant that was found in the house of the Most High.
That's commendable as hell. For Josiah to sit back here and put all that energy and effort into teaching the Israelites and the people, despite the prophecy, the Most High said, man, they're dead men walking. Listen, from a layman's person, wouldn't that be like a waste of time?
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like sometimes what we do, the foolishness of teaching, doesn't it feel like a waste of time sometimes? When you're just teaching people over and over and over and over, and they don't want to listen? He's telling you, Josiah was told that whatever you do, they're going to get cursed. And what did Josiah do anyway? He still taught them. He said, went out of his way. Listen, the Most High already told him what? You're going to be good through the years of your life. Didn't he say that? He guaranteed him peace. Most people, if they're guaranteed peace, what are they going to do? Most High said, you're good. Don't worry about you. They're going to fall.
This is y'all fault. Y'all gonna fall.
So I'm going to sit back here. I'm going to sip on my wine. And I'm going to sit back and let y'all do what y'all got to do. I'm already in.
Yeah. I'm good.
I'm good.
That's what I'm good, man.
So, but what did Josiah do? He went opposite. He said, man, let me gather all of Israel together and warn them. Let me do everything in my power to warn a people that don't want to listen. The Most High told him through Huda, they don't want to listen. They haven't been listening for hundreds of years. Hundreds. It's in the 600s right now. At the time of this was writing, the Northern Kingdom fell in 722, but they've been off and on from listening for 300 years. Since the time of Jeroboam. 300 years of some good, some weak, some strong, some negative, some selfless, some selfish. So listen, it's commendable to put the work logistically to get all this accomplished just to say you tried. That's respectable.
I love the scripture right here. I believe it's Ecclesiasticus chapter 12, verse 9.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 12 and verse 9. In the prosperity of a man's in the prosperity
No.
of
Ecclesiastes in the Bible. I'm sorry about that, guys.
no.
So
Yeah, what's going on with the prosperity? Man, what's going on with this? Where's this going?
no.
Ecclesiastes in the Bible. 12 and 9. Who got it?
And moreover, because the preacher was wise.
Ecclesiastes?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
12 and 9?
That's said moreover. I'm sorry about
Moreover.
That was Boston talking. That was a Bostonian talking. Moreover. The harbor. Let me stop.
And moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge.
Because he was wise, he still taught people knowledge, bro. Because he still had a responsibility to give. Because the gifts that we've been given by the Most High, even if the people don't receive it, because the Most High gave it to us, it's still our job to give. Because he gave it to
But
us.
see, most people get the wisdom, get strong, and they use it for themselves. You're supposed to have this strength, have this great responsibility once you're given the reward of the strength. Once you're given wisdom and understanding, you got to commit it to sick people. That's the job. I mean, that's phenomenal. Because he says, moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people. What it's showing you is there is a proclivity for wise people to not condescend. And commit to other people. Continue in your verse.
He still taught the people knowledge.
He still gave the people what they needed. Regardless if they're going to follow or not. That's true charity, bro. True charity is when I get no benefit from this. But for the very fact the Most High gave it to me, I'm going to continue to invest. No matter if they receive it or not. Like Christ's life, bro. Christ was doing all these miracles, bro. Where were they when Christ was hung? When Christ was getting crucified, bro? You don't think Christ knew they weren't going to back him up and look out for him and respect his sacrifice?
He told him that. He said, man, you're going to deny me 3 times.
But he still gave, even though they were going to deny him. That's the ultimate level, bro. That's the ultimate level of spirituality. I'm going to do it because it's right, regardless of the reaction I get or the benefits I get back.
No doubt.
I'm doing it for the love of the Most High, period. Just off the love of the Father. Read.
Yea, he gave good heed, and sought out, and set in order many proverbs.
He set in order many proverbs. That's mental labor, bro. It's labor to sit here and organize scriptures for the benefit of people in general. And the second portion is the people that don't want to receive it. But because you've been given the wisdom, you've been given the gift of the Father, you're going to give it anyway. Just maybe one person will receive it. Right? Skip to verse 12.
In verse 12. And further, by these, my son, be admonished of making many books. There is no end.
There's no end to classes and breakdowns and scriptures and understanding. There's no end. Because the Most High's mind, there's no end to the infinite mind of the Most High. Like we went to earlier in class, was going into what? The reward of the Most High is more understanding. That's the reward. So there's no end to that reward because you're going to keep getting more information. Read on.
And much study is a weariness of the flesh.
And in all the studies you're doing, guess what? You're aging over time. The flesh is aging over time. Because this is an endeavor. But the question is, why do you do it? Do you maintain your why? Do you maintain your look at the people? Do you maintain the perspective of pitting the people versus despising the people?
Mm-hmm.
I like what you're saying. That James 5:19.
Me and James today.
Yeah,
Huh?
James.
James coming out.
James, that man. He that dude. He that guy. Got it?
James chapter 5 and verse 19.
Mhm.
Brethren, if any of you do err from the truth, and one convert him, let him know that he which converteth the sinner from the error of his ways shall save a soul from death.
And so, even though, if you have enough love for your people, and you may be at a point where you know right from wrong. You still got to look out for those that don't know right from wrong.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? In the hopes that you can convert those individuals. In the hopes that you can change. Even if you change one, it's good. If you can change two, it's better. But that's what Abraham was praying for before the Most High destroyed Lot.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
No doubt.
He said, if there's 10 good men in the city, will you save it?
And he kept bringing a lower number lower.
He said, with peradventure, if there's 5 good men, will you save it? Because he knew that destruction was imminent, but there was a chance that maybe 10 good men could be saved out of Sodom and Gomorrah. And that's what Abraham was doing. Even though Abraham was good already with the Most High, he was still trying to look out for those that were still stuck in their sin. Read that, verse 20.
Verse 20. Let him know that he which converteth the sinner from the error of his way shall save a soul from death.
You save a soul from what?
Death.
So that's the business that we're in. The business is saving souls. And you got to save as many as you can. But there is a reward also for saving souls. Read on.
And shall hide a multitude of sins.
So when you save souls, what does the Most High do with your sins?
Hides a multitude.
He let your sins go. Because don't we have a multitude of sins that we could be punished for?
That's true.
But at the same time, it benefits the people. But on the back end, it benefits your sins also. Because it allows your sins to be pardoned and to be forgiven. Which we want that also. But the objective is to save and convert as many sinners as possible. As many sinners as we can. Regardless of if we're at the point where we figure, okay, I'm good already. Same thing that Christ said in Luke. We're getting Luke chapter 22, verse 32.
It says Luke.
Yes, sir. Luke chapter 22, verse 32. 31 to 32.
Luke chapter 22 and verse 31.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord said, Simon, Simon, behold, Satan hath desired to have you,
Satan want all of us. He want to knock us all out the box. Read on.
that he may sift you as wheat.
Read.
But I have prayed for thee,
Christ said, I pray for thee, Simon. Pete talking to Peter. I pray for you. Read on.
that thy faith fail not.
That your faith don't fail. I'm in it for you. I'm in it on your behalf. I'm praying on your behalf that your faith don't fail. Read on.
And when thou art converted,
And when your faith is strengthened, when you get on your feet and you're not falling victim to your flesh, read on.
strengthen thy brethren.
When you get strong, what are you supposed to do?
Strengthen thy brethren.
You're supposed to convert your energy, your strength. When you get on your feet and you're no longer victim to your flesh, you're supposed to take that energy and turn it to the brothers. Turn it to those that are weak. Turn it to those that are still under Satan's grasp, that are under Satan's control. You're supposed to turn that focus and put it on those that are still lost. Yes, sir.
What was so special about Simon?
He was going to be the head of the church. He said, unto you I give the keys to the kingdom of heaven.
Peter.
Yeah, that's Peter.
Simon Peter.
That's Simon Peter. Yeah. It's just surname.
Yeah.
So,
Gotcha.
yeah. What do you do?
That guy. Yeah.
Oh, I almost forgot about that guy. Yeah. Got the keys to the kingdom of heaven, right?
Yeah.
But he said, strengthen who?
Strengthen thy brethren.
So that's what we're supposed to do. When we get right and we try to get in good graces with the Most High, we turn our focus and our attention to the brethren. you turn your focus and your attention to converting sinners as much as possible. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Josiah did when he got a golden ticket. And he said, the Most High said, you're good, you won't see destruction. He converted and turned his attention to those that he knew was going to be destroyed.
You got you more of that?
No, that's it.
Listen. That was what a spiritual guy did. That's what spiritual men do, right? We're going to read how regular people do when they're given the death sentence and these curses the Most High put on us. Go to Jeremiah 18, verse 7 through 12. This is how other folks do when they get the sentences that Huldah sent to Josiah. Now, Josiah took the bad sentence and gathered all Israel together and started teaching them the law. Jeremiah 18, verse 7 through 12.
Jeremiah chapter 18 and verse 7. At what instance I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy it.
So he's talking about when the Most High decides to tear down one nation and bring up another nation. Read on.
If that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them.
And that's the point. Most High said, listen, if I sit back and send a death sentence to a nation, a curse to a nation, and this nation sits back here and changes from their evil, the Most High will repent of that evil that he has for them. It happened numerous times. Even with the Assyrians in Nineveh. Remember Jonah sat back here, prophesied, what did they do?
They repented.
And the Most High spared them. And eventually elevated their nation to do what? Be the next world power. Their repentance justified their elevation to be the next world power of the world. Okay? So he's like, listen, if a nation repents, you guys can get salvation. This was the thinking that Josiah had. If we change, if we get everybody to come together, maybe the Most High will repent of this punishment that will come to us. Read on.
Verse 9. And at what instant I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom to build and to plant it. If it do evil in my sight, that if they obey not my voice, then I will repent of the good wherewith I said I would benefit them.
And this is what he's saying. And this is how the Most High broke every single kingdom that he gave power to. Whether it was Israelites, or it was Babylonians, or it was the Persian Empire. When they sat back here and their pride got too inflated, the Most High broke them and replaced them with another kingdom. This is how the Most High operates in the realm of kingdom building, so to speak. Read on.
Verse 11. Now therefore go to, speak to the men of Judah and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Thus saith the Most High, Behold, I frame evil against you, and devise a device against you. Return ye now every one from his evil way, and make your ways and your doings good.
So listen, from verse 7 to verse 11, this was the positive mind that Josiah would have took. And this was what he was thinking when he gathered all Israel together, even though it was a death sentence and plot on the people. Hey, if we all come together, maybe the Most High will repent of this evil and give us favor again. This is what Jeremiah is saying to Israel at the brink of their falling also. If you guys just come back, I'll let it go. I'll make the sentence lighter. But how most Israel, when they hear that doom and gloom is coming, how do they roll? Read verse 12.
Verse 12. And they said, There is no hope.
It is over.
Oh, man.
The Most High has turned and forsaken us.
Most High made his decision.
He made his choice. It's final. I might as well go to the club then. I might as well go to the club until my time is out. You know?
But we will walk after our own devices.
Well, this is how Israel is. If the Most High says it's about to be over,
One more key.
then I'm going to go do my thing again.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep doing my negative. But that wasn't the mind of Josiah. This is what made Josiah special. Even though he knew everything was going to fall, his hope was that if I bring everybody together, the Most High will sit back here and look at that humility and honor the people and buy us more time and spare us. But most people are like, there's no hope. So because there's no hope, Huldah said it. Huldah said it out of her mouth. She's a prophetess. I might as well do what I got to do then. We won't walk in our own devices.
This is the race against time for real.
Conduct. Read on.
Verse 12. And they said, there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices.
Yep.
And we will every one do the imagination of his evil heart.
You was going to do evil whether the blessing was coming or the curse was coming out. You was going to do you.
Yeah.
That's the point.
They just got exposed.
They got exposed, and it's the mind of our people. When the Most High sits back here and promises death and gloom, a normal spiritual person would repent in hopes that we have a chance of getting salvation.
That's no different when you're told by the doctor, if you don't quit smoking cigarettes, the cancer is going to erode your body.
And you're going to die within a year.
And you'll die within a year. So instead of saying, you know what, let me go ahead and put away these cigarettes because I got a death sentence.
The doctor gave me a bad news.
They gave me bad news. I might as well just go ahead and keep smoking then. I might as well smoke.
It's over, man.
I'm going to die anyway. I might as well smoke these cigarettes. You don't give yourself no chance.
That's my point.
Because you really didn't want to stop.
You use it to justify it.
You use it to justify it.
That the end is near. The end is nigh anyway.
Yeah.
I might as well just keep smoking these cigars.
Nobody gonna live forever anyway.
Nobody gonna live forever.
Nobody's gonna live forever
That's
anyway.
a crazy one.
Yeah, but that's the thinking of our people.
Yeah.
But once again, it's showing the different dichotomies from verse 7 to verse 11. A spiritual person will say, man, if we have a shot, let's do right, come together, and hopefully the Most High will repent of the verdict. Maybe he might not take us out of captivity, but maybe he might not take us away. Because that was what was being said in Jeremiah. I won't take you to Babylon. You'll just have to serve the king of Babylon. That was the extent of the punishment the Most High was putting on us initially. It wasn't, you got to go to Babylon. That, you got to go to Babylon part was added because we kept being rebellious. He's like, man, just take the damn deal and be up under this guy and be a second tier nation and serve Babylon and I'll get you out of there. We kept rebelling. So, well, I gotta take you out now. I gotta see you to fucking Babylon. Excuse my French. But that was because we just didn't listen. It wasn't supposed to be we got sent on the Trail of Tears to Babylon. It wasn't supposed to be that way. We were supposed to be vassals to Babylon as punishment. But our pride kept escalating the penalties. This is how we wrote, because we just kept not giving a crap and just doing what we want to do. Why am I bringing this out? Because what Josiah did was so noble. And it shows the caliber of man he was. Knowing that it was a death sentence and still doing everything in his power to save the people, even though he was already saved.
It's the same thing Christ said in Matthew 25 when he said, what separated the good and faithful servant versus the wicked servant?
Yep.
The wicked servant said, I knew you was a hard man.
Yeah.
So and you
And you know, when he said, I knew you was a hard man, that's me saying, whatever I was going to bring to the table wasn't going to be good enough.
It wasn't going to be good enough. Yeah.
Because your expectation was over
was
what
higher than what I can give you.
So I'm just going to hide it.
I'm going to hide it
back to you.
I'm going to hide it in the ground. I'm not even going to flip it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do nothing with it. You know what I'm saying? And you reap where you sow not. So you want more out of me than what I can offer you. So I'm just not going to do anything at all. Okay. And that's what he said.
And I'll give it to you. I ain't going to take it from you.
You're going to get it back.
Yeah.
But there's no value added to it. And so that's what he said, thou wicked and slothful servant.
Kinda.
And so that separates people. When you know you got the Most High got an expectation for you to change, it's what you do with that expectation that determines whether you're righteous or you're wicked.
No doubt.
It's what you do with it.
Okay. Listen, let's go to Joel chapter 2, verse 13 through 14. Once again, this is the spiritual person's perspective versus that mindset that we read in Jeremiah chapter 18, verse 12. That, you know what? I'm just going to keep doing me. If the curse is coming, I'm just going to keep doing me. Read this in Joel chapter 2, verse 13 and 14.
Joel chapter 2. And
Matter of fact, give me verse 12 through 14.
Joel chapter 2 and verse 12. Therefore also now, saith the Most High, turn ye even to me with all your heart, and with fasting, and with weeping, and with mourning.
He's like, listen, take this time before you lose everything to come back to the Most High with fasting, praying, and mourning. Repentance. Read on.
And rend your heart, and not your garments.
So I'm just tearing your clothes. That's for show. You had those those Hulkamaniac shirts that tear easy.
Yeah.
So you had the cheap, so you already have a shirt in the back anyway to replace that shirt. That was just for show. Stop sitting back here and doing the Hulkamaniac move and change your heart. Read on.
And turn unto the Lord your power, for he is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of a great kindness,
Listen to this part.
and repenteth him of the evil.
This is what we have to understand. The Most High might have a desire to sting you and punish you and break you for your mistake. But if you show humility and change, he will repent of the
There's a chance.
there's a chance he can repent of the magnitude of the loss if you just change and if you sincerely change your heart. This is where the hope kicks in for us too. But this is the mindset that Joel had when, even though the prophetess said they're not going to change, the Most High is not going to change his verdict. He said, maybe the Most High will change it if we all come together and we all put the work in and teach them. Maybe we can teach the people. And that's like even the parable about the redunging of the tree. Don't just burn the tree. Don't just destroy the tree. Let's redung it. Let's give this tree that's not productive a second chance. And see if we put the work into this unproductive tree, maybe we can use it for good. This is the mindset that we have to have with dealing with our people and our understanding of how the Most High operates with us. Read on.
Verse 14, who knoweth if he will return and repent, and leave a blessing behind him.
You just don't know. Read on.
Even a meat offering and a drink offering unto the Most High your power. Blow the trumpet in Zion.
No, that's it. It was just, I was typing something in for another class as I was listening to you. But this is the whole thing. This was the mindset that Josiah had with dealing with the Most High. Another one is Deuteronomy 32 and verse 36. These are verses that we need to keep track of also, because the Most High is willing to repent of verdicts that he has of us. And just because the Most High told Huda he's done with us, listen, he was done with us because of the widespreadness of our rebellion. Maybe if we all come back together and get right, he will soften on his stance. 32 and verse 36.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 6.
36.
Oh, Salah. Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 36. For the Most High shall judge his people, and repent himself for his servants, when he seeth that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left.
What is man's power in? His pride, who he thinks he is. Because when he sees that their power is gone, their pride is gone, their image is gone, when he sees they've let go of their pride, let go of their power, then he'll sit back here and be open to their reconciliation. He'll repent if you let go of your power. Let go of your pride. Let go of what you think. Let go of what you say you're not going to tolerate, what you're not going to go through. Once you let that go, then he's going to open the door for repentance from his verdict. His repentance is, I'm going to repent from how hard I was going to smash you and for how long I was going to have you inconvenienced for. If you let go of your power, your pride, your stubbornness, your selfishness, your ego, your image, if you let that go, I'll let my verdict be lesser. I'll make my verdict be lesser on you.
So it's equivalent to our pride.
No doubt. That's exactly what our power is. Our pride. What do we hold on to the most? What are we not willing to give up? There's a big standoff between us and the Most High, what we're willing to let go and what we're willing to keep. This is the whole deal. If you change, I'll change. If you change, then I'll lessen the blow of you not changing earlier enough. Think about it. That's how it is. You want to sit back and be proud for 5-10 years? Then if you let go of your pride, I won't make this blow as hard. You're going to feel it, but it won't be as bad. Why is it important that we go through this so we understand the Most High ourselves in our life? and why it wasn't a waste of time for Josiah to even go through this work, even though it might have felt like it was a waste of time. Him going through all these pomp and circumstance with the people, it wasn't for show. It was truly in hope that if they came together, the Most High would sit back here and acknowledge it and honor it and come through and reverse their fortune, so to speak. Does that make sense? Okay.
That's what the Most High said in Zephaniah too. He said, "Gather yourselves together,
Yep.
oh gather yourselves together, O nation not desired."
God.
He said, "Before
There
the
you go.
fierce anger of the Lord cometh upon you." So he said, "For the day passes the chaff."
Yep.
What he's saying is, you got time to, but the objective that the Most High wants is for us to come together. But you still gonna have individuals that refuse to come together.
But coming together don't mean we're in this room being angry with each other.
Right.
Being bitter and angry. Coming together is I'm coming together and I'm changing. I'm going to be in the right mind frame when we're coming together. And there's going to be repentance and what do you call it? A literal reformation for us, for the Most to acknowledge and bless us with. Mm-hmm. What good is coming together with no change? Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, that was it. That was it. Just showing how the Most High said, I'll give you time before. We know the anger of the Most High is coming to this place.
Yeah.
But that time frame that we're in right now, that limbo, kind of waiting for the Christ to come back, waiting for the Most High to destroy this place. What are we doing with that time frame the Most High has given us?
And the crazy thing is, we keep saying we can't wait till the Lord comes too. Has your works been good enough to make it? Everybody's waiting for Christ to come back. We can't wait to get away from the wicked Edomites. Shit. Most High is stretching out. There's a reason that this war in Ukraine is called the war of attrition. Y'all know what a war of attrition is? It's the war of wearing down a nation's size of army, their weaponry, their equipment. It's almost like the Most High's got this slow war of attrition going on to buy us more time. You can look at it in one or two ways. Why is the Most High stretching this out so long? We have a pretty good idea that this is probably World War III. I don't know if you heard about the U.S. Navy is about to sit back here and border into Iran. They're about to go to war with Iran. They need some of that oil. They need some oil reserves. Their oil reserves is depleted. So they got to start another war with another country to get oil. This is crazy.
And they agreed.
This is bananas.
And they agreed to start training F-16 pilots.
You train Ukrainians in F-16s.
Yep.
Point is, then you got Poland out here ready to take over Lviv, Russian Ukraine. All these things are happening, but it looks like it's a slow pace. It's taking forever to happen. You still got Taiwan and China,
Yep.
and the provocation in Taiwan. That's still going on. All these things are happening at the same time, but it looks like it's a snail's pace.
A small little.
But it's a snail pace because the Most High's giving us time. We're sitting back here still doing the same, we're on that same Brooklyn bullshit, right?
Yeah.
That same wickedness, right? Wondering, it's taking forever. Maybe the Most High's giving us time before the day passed with the chaff.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. Because once it's here, it's here. Anyway, you got something to say for him?
Yeah, because he said also in that Zephaniah, he said, Zephaniah chapter 1, he said, and it shall come to pass at that time that I will search Jerusalem with candles and punish the men that are settled on their leaves.
Oh, yeah.
Though it says that stay on their mentality, it leads to that something preserved. He says that say in their heart, the Lord will not do good, neither will he do evil. Meaning the Lord ain't gonna do nothing. And nothing's gonna happen. Everything gonna be all right. We already seen World War I.
America's in power again. They'll stay in power.
They're gonna stay in power. Things gonna go back right back to the way they were.
That was Zephaniah 1 and what?
12.
Yeah,
He said the mentality is
right here, yeah.
that everything's gonna go back to normal. That was just a scare. Just like COVID came and went.
Yeah.
Just a scare. But that's how people look at it. The Most High's not going to do nothing. He ain't going to do nothing good. He ain't going to do nothing evil.
Bro.
So either we get that there's no hope and it's hopeless, or we get that mentality where I'm just going to stay neutral. I'm not going to panic. I'm not going to change either. I'm not going to be hopeless, but I'm going to still try to do my way. And I'm going to still try to keep things going and keep things afloat in the meantime. And we stay neutral.
This mindset is a person that doesn't have that removes any spirit of urgency from them.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why a person would say and do these things. So I don't have urgency. So I don't create a sense of urgency for me to change
I wanna feel that.
faster. I don't want to feel that heat.
I'm preserving my pace.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
That's it.
Listen, that's right on point. So what I want to do real quick, where are we at in Chronicles? It was 2 Chronicles 34, verse 29, right?
You already read all Josephus.
The 34 and no, we haven't even gotten to paragraph 3 yet. But I want to finish. Did you finish 32 yet? No, we didn't even get to 32. We're at verse 30. Read verse 30 again. We're going to read from verse 30 to 32.
Is where I would have read that next.
Yeah, let's read 30 again.
2 Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 30. And the king went up into the house of the Most High, and all the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the priests, and the Levites, and all the people, great and small. And he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant that was found in the house of the Most High.
So he's like, if we get everybody together, maybe the Most High will repent of the punishment that's coming, and we can avoid Deuteronomy 28. That's how we're supposed to operate. Read on.
But our people will say, why you got? Is it that bad? Why does he have everybody in the whole damn nation coming together?
Oh, yes, King.
Yeah, who gonna watch the crops?
King.
Who gonna watch the crops? Who gonna take care of the business?
Yeah.
What he did? Does he need everybody in the whole nation?
Everybody out there.
Yeah.
Kinda. That's the point. Read on. What's this going to change? It ain't going to
It
change.
ain't gonna change.
That's how Israel operates. Read on.
And the king stood in his place, and made a covenant before the Most High, to walk after the Most High, and to keep his commandments, and his testimonies, and his statutes, with all his heart, and with all his soul, to perform the words of the covenant which are written in this
The
book.
funny thing is, he was already doing that. So why was this important? He had to sit back here and lead by what?
Example.
So if everybody sees the king verbally commit to this, then hopefully they will follow his lead.
Follow suit, yeah.
He was already doing this. That's why Huda said, man, you were a righteous man. You're of good nature. You're going to be okay. But he had to sit back here and show that example. If I show an example of strength and dedication, maybe the people will try to imitate what I'm trying to do in front of them. Read on. He understood he took his position of influence the right way. He sat back here and took his position and utilized it right. Read on.
Verse 32. And he caused all that were present in Jerusalem and Benjamin to stand to it.
He says, you guys got to honor and stick to what I'm telling you. You guys got to follow my lead. I'll lead it. You come behind and support. Read on.
And the inhabitants of Jerusalem did according to the covenant of the Most High.
And they said, we'll sit back here and do it too. Everybody made the vow. Read on.
The power of their fathers. And Josiah took away all the abominations out of all the countries that pertain to the children of Israel, and made all that were present in Israel to serve, even to serve the Most High their power. In all his days they departed not from following the Most High.
Listen, this verse 33, we're going to read in a little bit that they had to sit back here. Josiah had to go right back in and reinstitute the law. They were still breaking the law, and they were still sitting back here following idols even at this point. Even at this point, when he was 20 years old, they were breaking idols. At age 26, they were still breaking out and putting idols in high places up. It's going to go into more detail in a little bit after the Passover is talked about. But he had to sit back here and take away all the abominations out of the countries that pertain to the children of Israel. He had to do it again. He had to go to war with idolatry a second time on a major scale. Once he reestablished that we're all going to serve the Lord again. That's crazy.
It's like cutting weeds, bro. You cut them weeds down, they come right back.
Thank you. They're coming right back. This is why the kings of the past didn't want to do all this, man. They had to keep coming back here. That was what Jehoshaphat did. Jehoshaphat broke down the altars and stuff, and they came back up. He didn't do anything about it. Yeah, this is a fruitless battle, which is the wrong mindset to take. But this is what Josiah is dealing with. They keep coming back up and pushing this idolatry, which is why Huda said, man, they got to go. because they're not changing. They're just saving face for the king. Okay. That was verse 33. I need to wait to that later. That should have been brought out later. But we'll go into that detail about that level of wickedness in a second. I want to go back. So they were sitting back here in this chapter. Josiah was teaching the people, right? The last time this happened was in 2 Chronicles 17, verse 5 through 10. We're going to go here real quick, because there's only a few times that the law was taught to the people. The scriptures was taught to people here in 2 Chronicles 17, here also in 2 Chronicles 34, and you're going to read later on in Nehemiah, when we got brought back from Babylon, it was taught there too. But let's read this 2 Chronicles 17, verse 5 through 10.
2 Chronicles chapter 17 and verse 5. Therefore the Most High established the kingdom in his hand, and all Judah brought to Jehoshaphat presents, and he had riches and honor in abundance, and his heart was lifted up in the ways of the Most High. Moreover, he took away the high places and the groves out of Judah.
Jehoshaphat took the high places and groves out of Judah also. When you read towards the end of his reign, it said he was off because he didn't get rid of the high places, which means they came back up and he didn't do anything about it. Read on.
Also, in the 3rd year of his reign, he sent to his princes, even to Benaiah, and to Obadiah, and to Zechariah, and to Nathaniel, and to Micaiah, to teach in the cities of Judah.
And this was what Jehoshaphat did. This was like 300 years, or close to 300 years, probably a little less, like 250, before the fall. That was the last time the teaching was actually happening. 250 years before the fall. But Jehoshaphat was the only one sitting back here having Israel get taught the law. And having the princes and the priests get the word out even to the smaller cities of Judah. Read on.
And with them he sent Levites, even Shemaiah, and Nathaniel, and Zebediah, and Asael, and Shemiramoth, and Jehonathan, and Adonijah, and Tobijah, and Tob-Adonijah, Levites, and with them Elishama, and Jehoram the priest.
So with these princes, he had the priests sit back here and do the instruction and do the teaching, so the entire nation understood the scriptures. But before Josiah did this, Jehoshaphat was the only one doing it. Read on.
And they taught in Judah, and had the book of the law of the Most High with them.
So they were teaching the actual law. They were teaching the books of Moses. Read on.
And went about throughout all the cities of Judah, and taught the people.
But that wasn't happening a lot. That wasn't happening through the different reigns of kings. Jehoshaphat, Josiah. Read on.
And the fear of the Most High fell upon all the kingdoms of the lands that were round about Judah.
That fear came about because when they heard that if you don't follow, all these curses are going to come to you. That's what brought about the fear. Read on.
So that they made no war against Jehoshaphat.
Khan. That was all I wanted, just to sit back and get us to remember when this happened. When was the last time this level of teaching was being implemented in Israel? And it was during the time of Jehoshaphat. Okay? So now we're back. I want to go to Josephus, book 10, paragraph 4, chapter 3.
Chapter 4, paragraph 3.
So book 10, chapter 4, paragraph 3.
So these messengers.
Oh, I'm talking, but I ain't got there yet. I am almost there. I am here now.
So these messengers, upon this prophecy of the woman, came and told it to the king. Whereupon he sent to the people everywhere in order that the priests and the Levites should come together to Jerusalem, and commanded that those of every age should be present also. And when they had gathered together, he first read to them the holy books. After which he stood upon a pulpit in the midst of the multitude and obliged them to make a covenant with an oath that they worship Yahweh and keep the laws of Moses. Accordingly, they gave their assent willingly, and undertook to do what the king had recommended to them. So they immediately offered sacrifices, and that after an acceptable manner, and besought Yahweh to be gracious and merciful to them. He also enjoined the high priest that if there remained in the temple any vessel that was dedicated to idols, or to foreign powers, foreign gods, they should cast it out. So when a great number of such vessels were got together...
Think about this. Why were the priests still having idols in the temple when Josiah was going all these different places when he was 20 years old, destroying all the idols of the temple? This is the second time. This idolatry was rampant.
It was embedded.
It was embedded in them. Listen, the priests knew Josiah didn't want the idols to be there before Deuteronomy 28 was read. They knew it before.
It's like when you clean the house, you send people to rehab, you do everything in your power, and you look under the bed, and there's still a little pipe in there. And you're like, damn, there's a pipe and a spoon in here, man. What is going on? The spoon is there, and the pipe is there, and it's hidden. It's hidden in a little corner. You're like, what is this?
A little stash bag.
I remember years ago, bro. I moved back to my house, right? Moved back to my house. I hadn't lived there for years and years and years. And the house was just getting cursed out. I'm like, what's going on, man? I'm washing my hands. I look inside the little pipe where the water's going down, and something just said, touch it. Go in there.
Gross.
And I felt something sharp. And then I started going there. I pulled out a glass pipe with
what's going on there, man?
It's like someone hid the pipe in the little sink.
Where was this? Whose house was this?
At the B house years ago. Right?
Oh,
Years ago,
man.
bro. I just first moved back in there, right? Moved back in there.
They put the evidence, they fleshed the evidence down in that.
Listen, Issachar was living in there, right? It was
come on now. Why you throwing tribes down, huh?
This is Judah smoking.
You see how he got those tribes out here? Why you throw tribes out here?
I'm just saying that.
Just say a brother. You got those tribes out here? Come on, right?
There's
some bias there. There's bias there, right?
It wasn't Jake. It was Jake. It was Jake in there, right?
Thank you.
It was Jake.
It was a Jake element.
It was a Jake element.
Thank you. Gosh, dang,
and
man. We have all the viewers are international, man.
We always hit
Judah. Tribes.
We always hit Judah.
It's international people are watching, right?
Well, listen, bro. I went in there. I was like, it was just hidden.
You had to pull the tribe out of that. You had to
the little hole. It was right there. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, how about Jake?
He wasn't the only tribe that was in there. There was other tribes in there at the time, listen, right? Bro. You just knew it was that tribe. You knew it. You knew it.
They were living there.
It wasn't just one tribe living there. And you know it wasn't just one tribe.
Listen,
I know what he's saying, but you got to be careful.
At the old B house, Jake, we went. And we had another story. This is Judah. Now this is Judah, right?
Okay. You see how you switched it up real quick? Yeah, backtrack.
They're all Israelites.
Judah sinned too.
Yeah, listen.
Go to the first one. You're good.
No, I got another one. So
go to that one. You already got our interest.
I'm through with that one.
Our interest is like
I'm through with that one. Listen,
you grab it now. You grab it. What happened? I need to know now.
There was a glass pipe out, and it was just black. It was black and like, what is this? It's like, oh, this is one of those 85 pipes. It's 1985 pipe, right? So I'm going to go ahead and throw it away. Right?
Now, that could have been the 1985 brother that lived there. I couldn't
No.
It might not have been the other guy.
It was not. It was Jake. It was Jake. Jake was in the house for many years.
It was Jake.
It was 10 years of Jake.
It was Yakub.
Right?
It was a Yakub.
10 years of slave, it was 10 years of Jake.
There was 10 years of Jake in that house. It was.
So from there, I went... And we went to the old brother's house, the real brother's house, right?
Yeah.
And brothers just living there for years, and we're like, it's all good. And brothers, for some reason, brothers wanted toast, and usually we put toast in the oven. Brother wanted to use the toaster to toast, so brother got the toaster out, plugged up the toaster, because we're gonna make toast with the toaster.
Yeah.
Press the button, and what pops up?
Another one of those things.
The pipe pops up.
Here. Why they put it in a toaster? Right?
Listen, the guy, the Jake brother,
crazy,
the
Jake brother,
Judah Jake, right?
Let's just not do tribes, Zach. Do we have to put tribes at all? Just don't put them in at all. But the brother
hid his pipe in the toaster because he knew we never made toast out.
It's crazy.
So that little demon is devious like that.
Yeah, that's a great
I'm just showing how devious
explanation. That's great.
that spirit is. And then one time, to my knowledge, I don't remember what it was. I think Sean wanted the story. The brother pulled the window up, and the little pipe was in the windowsill.
What the hell is going on here?
Find the most peculiar place to hide the idols. You hide the idol. Yeah, you hide the idol in the toaster. You hide the idol in the sink, in the hole in the sink, and then you hide it in the. Yeah, it was hidden. It was hidden in the window.
The lining of the window.
The lining, because you push the window down.
There's a little space there.
There's a little space, and this is a perfect space for a little idol. So the point is it's hard to eradicate wickedness because people that are negative are gonna look for places, the most like random spots you wouldn't look to place their idols. So you can't ever completely clean up the temple.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that relating.
No, that's perfect. Everything was perfect with the tribe thing, man.
It's like, yeah. I was trying to add detail to that.
It was great. Yeah. Listen, that really was great because that's how hard it is to eliminate negative. That's how hard it is to eliminate a negative influence. Yeah. There has to be constant war. And there's got to be constantly checking on people and constantly monitoring. And I'm going to tell you, as we continue on in this class, you're going to read that Jeremiah was like, listen, the Most High told me you guys are still doing this behind closed doors. This is what Jeremiah is saying. He says, man, the Most High revealed to me that you guys are doing this in your hearts. So what they did is, even during the reign of Josiah, when it was outlawed and banned, they'd have it in their little house. Normally, they would put the altars on the roof.
Yeah, but they had to go on the ground.
So they had to go on the ground. They said, man, went in their house and had a little whoop-de-whoop side and a little wickedness. It was so embedded into the culture of the people. No matter how serious Josiah was in eradicating the negative was still strong in the people. So, listen, Josiah is doing everything he can. He's making vows. He's making public vows. He's like, listen, I'm going to change. If you guys change, Judah and Benjamin, y'all got to change. And they're saying, Khan, with the fingers behind their back, the fingers tied behind their back like this. Like, nah, I promise you I won't do it. But in the back, they're like, nah, we're going to keep being about this damn Baal stuff. This is how bad it was in the nation. Okay. Did we finish that last paragraph 3, sir?
We're on so when a great number.
Okay.
So when a great number of such vessels were got together, he burnt them, and scattered their ashes abroad, and slew the priests of the idols that were not of the family of Aaron.
But I want to make sure we're clear. This is the second time. The first time he was 20. Now he comes back a second time when he's 26 and is on this rampage again. Read on.
And when he had done thus in Jerusalem, he came into the country and utterly destroyed what buildings had been made therein by King Jeroboam.
The second time. Read on.
In honor of strange gods. And he burnt the bones of the false prophets upon that altar which Jeroboam first built.
I'm going to say it again. Last week we went over how he did this when he was 20. Now he's 26. He's doing it again. Read on.
And as the prophet Jabon, who came to Jeroboam.
Where are we at? Are we still in paragraph 3?
Verse 67. That's where.
No, I don't want paragraph 3. I don't want paragraph 4. Yeah, I don't want paragraph 4. I wanted to slew the priests of the idols that were not of the family of Aaron. Those are the people that have the high places. So we're going to hold that, and we're going to sit back here and do 2 Kings 23. And verse 1 through 3.
2 Kings chapter 23, verse 1 through 3.
Let me get it real quick. 2 Kings 23, verse 1 through 3. Okay.
2 Kings chapter 23 and verse 1. And the king sent, and they gathered unto him all the elders of Judah and of Jerusalem. And the king went up into the house of the Most High, and all the men of Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, and the priests and the prophets, and all the people, both small and great. And he read in the ear all the words of the book of the covenant, which was found in the house of the Most High. And the king stood by a pillar, and made a covenant before the Most High, to walk after the Most High, and to keep his commandments, and his testimonies, and his statutes, which all their heart and all their soul, to perform the words of this covenant that were written therein in this book. And all the people stood to the covenant.
Okay, hold that. Now we're gonna go real quick to Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 3. Jeremiah 25 and verse 3.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 3. From the 13th year of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Judah, even unto this day, that is the 23rd year, the word of the Most High hath come unto me, and I have spoken unto you, rising early and speaking, but ye have not hearkened.
This is Jeremiah explaining since Josiah's 13th year, which is when he was 21. Jeremiah was 20. I've been teaching y'all rockheads from the age of 20 until when you sit back and look at the mathematics of it, when Israel was completely captured, he was prophesying through his 60s. He was prophesying through his 60s for over 40 years. I'm going at you guys, and you're not listening. 40 years of teaching. That's very important for us to understand, because even in Jeremiah 1, if I'm not mistaken, he's called at age 20. He's called at age 20 in Jeremiah chapter 1, but that timeline connects from when he was 20 and Josiah was 21, and that's when they both really started on that forward path of enforcing the work. So I want to make sure we're clear on that. Then we're going to jump to Jeremiah chapter 11, verse 1 through 8, to kind of I'm trying to give a timeline as Josiah is trying to bring the people together in that gathering, when he gathered all of Judah and Benjamin and the remaining of the northern kingdom to come down and implore them to make a covenant to serve the Most High. At the same time that he's doing this, Jeremiah is starting to teach the people and trying to get them to come together. As we continue in these chapters in Jeremiah, you're going to see Jeremiah, the chapters do not run concurrently. They are not like one all the way to damn 50-something. It's bouncing. It's bouncing. So let's read that. Jeremiah chapter 11, verse 1 and down to verse 8.
Jeremiah chapter 11 and verse 1. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Most High, saying, Hear ye the words of this covenant.
What covenant was being talked about? It's the same covenant that Josiah was sitting back here and trying to rally the people behind. They're preaching and they're teaching at the same time, trying to corral Israel to come together and change. Now we know when he was 26, Josiah was when he brought and rallied them around that covenant. At this same time, Jeremiah is coming and teaching and trying to rally them around that covenant also. Read on.
And speak unto the men of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and say thou unto them, Thus saith Yahweh of Israel, Cursed be the man that obeyeth not the words of this covenant.
And this cursing, that curse was being talked about by Josiah. It was the same thing that shook Josiah to rent his clothes. It was the Deuteronomy 28. So as Josiah was teaching the book of Moses, he was teaching the curses. Jeremiah was teaching the curses. The curses are going to come to you if you don't change, if you don't obey. They were saying the same thing, one from the prophet, one from the king. Read on.
Verse 4. Which I commanded your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, from the iron furnace, saying, Obey my voice, and do them according to all which I command you. So shall ye be my people, and I will be your power.
That was Deuteronomy all the way. You're hearing the same theme and tone as being spoken in Deuteronomy. And that was the same tone that was being relayed to the people when they were trying to reestablish the covenant and recenter the people towards the Most High. Read on.
That I may perform the oath which I have sworn unto your fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, as it is this day. Then answered I and said, So be it, O Yahweh. Then the Most High said unto me, Proclaim all these words in the cities of Judah.
So once again, does that not sound like the same covenant that's being pushed in the information that was being rehearsed from Deuteronomy? Because it's the same tone and theme that was talked about in Deuteronomy and Leviticus. Read on.
And in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, Hear ye the words of this covenant, and do them.
So, listen, Josiah did it in that one gathering situation. Then you got Jeremiah's hitting the streets and hitting the pavement and doing this teaching of the law. He's doing the legwork and the muscle, whereas Josiah wanted to sit back and show, hey, the king's doing it, y'all all got to do it. But Jeremiah is hitting the pavement and teaching the people. Read on.
Verse 7. For I earnestly protested unto your fathers in the day that I brought them up out of the land of Egypt, even unto this day, rising early and protesting, saying, Obey my voice.
So Jeremiah is like, listen, he's speaking the word of the Most High. He says, man, the Most High has been pleading with us from the beginning. Early in the morning, protesting, warning. All of his prophets were doing the same thing to this day. Read on.
Yet
Obey his voice. Read on.
Yet they obeyed not, nor inclined their ear, but walked every one in the imagination of their evil heart. Therefore, I will bring upon them all the words of this covenant.
And this, he's like, because y'all ain't listening, all the words of this covenant in Deuteronomy 28 is coming to you. The Most High has been talking to us for hundreds of years, and it ain't stuck in our thick skull. So because we're not listening, now the heat's got to come. Now Deuteronomy has to come in our life. And the curses we have to feel. From verse 15 to 68. Read on.
Which I commanded them to do, but they did them not.
Hold that. We're going to be jumping through Jeremiah 11 a little bit later if we got the time. Hold that and go to Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 4 through 19.
Jeremiah chapter 1 and verse 4 through 19. Then the word of the Most High.
One second, sir. One second. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I want to make sure I don't jump and miss some things. Yeah, read that, sir.
Jeremiah chapter 1 and verse 4 through 19. Then the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee. And I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. Then said I, Lord Yahweh, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child.
So when we said we were children, that didn't mean we were like 15. He was just young. And when he was called, he was 20. And Jeremiah's like, man, I'm just young. I got to go at these princes and nobles and kings and go to war with these guys and go to war with these hard-headed grown men. I know how hard it is when you're 15, 16, 17, and you're teaching a 30-year-old man, 40-year-old man. I know that feeling. You get that, okay, young whippersnapper, you're trying to pull some verses, but you ain't know nothing. You just talking. I know that vibe. So what Jeremiah's like,
to talk to me.
Yeah, you ain't lived enough. So Jeremiah's like, I got to go to war with these guys, all these hard-headed older men in their life, 60, 50-year-old noblemen, and tell them they got to change their life. Read on. That's what means I am a child. I'm young. Read on.
Verse 7. But the Most High said unto me, Say not, I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whatsoever I command thee, thou shalt speak.
He says, don't worry about it. So the good thing is, even at his beginning, he at least had a righteous king that was pushing the same message he was pushing. His situation got even worse when Josiah died. He was on his own. And it was him against everybody. The Most High even gave him time to mature in his craft before he had to sit back and deal with the real problems as they escalated down the line. Read on.
Verse 8. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Most High.
And this is what we all have to face when we teach people the truth about themselves. Be prepared to not be liked. Be prepared to be hated. Be prepared to be despised. Be prepared that when you go into a room, the tension, you can cut the tension with a knife. Be prepared to do that. Be prepared to deal with that discomfort because of what you stand for. And we can't run from that reality that we have to face in serving the Most High. Read on.
Then the Most High put forth his hand, and touched my mouth. And the Most High said unto me, Behold, I have put my words in thy mouth. See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down, and to destroy, and to throw down, to build and to plant.
Listen, he's still showing us the cycle of what it takes to organize and put things in order. You can't build and put something together unless you destroy and pull out the negative element, the wicked element. The wicked element has to be removed first. Then you can eliminate that negative effort. Then you can actually build after you pull down and destroy the influence.
It's like a vehicle. The mechanics always they assess the issue. If they can't fix it by cleaning it out, and they have to break the part out, buy another part, replace the part, and they do the process of replacement, and then the vehicle runs again.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that in every single form, matter, business, everything in life's like that. Getting rid of the old elements, the weak and beggarly elements within ourselves, and then replacing it with something positive and spiritual so we can get to functioning again.
Okay. This is how the Most High deals with the spirit. This is how we deal with the household, with the camp, with the school. The concept is the same. You have to root out the negative, pull down, destroy, throw down, then build up and plant. This is what Josiah was trying to accomplish during his kingdom. But the problem was there was so many damn weeds pulling up every few years. It was constantly just tearing down and taking out weeds, pulling out these negative influences.
And he had to be tireless and relentless. But then
the only thing to his advantage, though, was he was the king.
Yeah.
So at the very least, everybody had to play the game. Listen, you telling me that that king or the priest Hilkiah was like, whose idol was this? I don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody.
I don't know whose priest. I don't know whose idol that is. Why they got bailed in the damn temple? I don't know.
Just like
Biden.
Biden.
It was Skibo. It's always Skibo.
It's like Biden and the Coke in the White House. Whose pack is this? That same pack is in the White House, all right?
Golly,
They're like,
it's always Biden.
Nobody knows that. Listen,
Nobody knows where the drugs came from.
Everybody says it's Biden's son like this, but nobody knows where the Coke. There's a pack of Coke in the White House.
And Biden's son's doing this.
By the Oval Office, and they can't. They
doing this.
There's an investigation.
Who took the Coke? Who took the Coke? Who took the drugs? No. Who took the drugs? Where are the drugs?
Nobody knows.
Who put them down? No, not me. All paranoid and guilty.
There's a Scooby snack in the White House. Nobody knows.
There's a Scooby snack. What's
Nobody
going
knows
on here?
at, bro? Nobody knows.
But this is what happened. This is what's happening with Josiah when he's trying to organize things. Mm-hmm. All these idols pop up. Then you got to constantly flush them out. And then you got to sit back and find out who's doing the dirt. All these inquiries. All these damn Salem witch trials damn near. It's the purge at the negative.
I always tripped because in high school, they always have these dogs. I don't know what those dogs are.
The canine unit.
The canine
unit. The drug dogs.
Right. Why they got the drug dogs coming to they're coming in today, and they go through everybody's locker. Right? They smell everybody's locker, and they smell people, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, this is unnecessary.
And it's very necessary. What are you talking about? It's very necessary. Kids sell drugs, Zach. These kids were selling and consuming drugs, Zach, at a high level, Zach.
Yeah.
The richer the school, the more drugs you have access to.
Yeah.
That's another trick. But this was happening. It's that tireless fight, and the Most High is preparing Jeremiah's mind, and girding his spirit for this attack against this negative influence that's never stopping. From 20 to 60, 40 years of fighting crime, Mike? 40 years of going at negative, Mike?
Yeah.
Man,
It never ends.
it never ends. So he says, let me see. Do I really want to go to this next verse? No, I don't want to. Let's continue in verse 11.
Jeremiah chapter 1 and verse 11. Moreover, the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Jeremiah, what seest thou? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Then said the Most High unto me, Thou hast well seen, for I will hasten my word to perform it.
Mm-hmm.
And the word of the Most High came unto me the second time, saying, What seest thou? And I said, I see a seething pot, and the face thereof is toward the north.
Mm-hmm. That seething pot is that nation that the Most High is brewing and getting stronger from the north. I mentioned last week that when Josiah came into power, it was also the time period when the Assyrian Empire was waning in power. They were waning in strength. They were waning in influence. Simultaneously, as the Assyrian Empire was weakened, you had the Egyptian Empire that was kind of taking over portions of the Assyrian jurisdiction. The Egyptians had control of, obviously, Egypt, Philistia, Tyre, and Zidon. So all the coastal cities that were adjacent to Israel, and also the eastern sections of that was adjacent to Israel, Syria, Edom, Moab. Egypt had control of that area, and they were controlling the ports. So they controlled that sector from Egypt all the way up to near Turkey. Assyria had the control from Assyria, Nineveh, all the way towards Turkey. But what was happening is, remember we read about King Ahab got sent and was captured and got sent to Babylon? And I said that the Assyrian king was staying in Babylon, trying to stay on top of these rebel upstart Babylonians. What was happening is Assyria was losing their power and grip in Babylon. So Babylon was that seething pot getting warm from the east.
Yeah.
And you're going to read a little bit or very soon up that Babylon gets into like bed with the Mede Empire from the east, and they make a run to take out the Assyrian Empire. So the Most High is like, listen, while Josiah's in power, you just got into power, the Babylonians are getting stronger.
Little by
And
little.
I'm building them up. And I'm going to build them up to a crescendo to where they're going to take Israel out if they don't change their course. This is what that seething pot is referring to. Read on.
And the face thereof is toward the north.
It's from the north. Babylon was from the north. Now we know down the line the prophecies that were referring to the north, somewhat America. But for now, the north is Babylon. Read on.
Then the Most High said unto me, Out of the north an evil shall break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. For lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, saith the Most High. And they shall come, and they shall set every one his throne at the entering of the gates of Jerusalem.
He's like all the kings of the north, all the different factions of the kingdom of Babylon is going to come and surround Jerusalem. When we finally got surrounded, it was the Chaldeans. Because Chaldeans were part of the kingdom of Babylon. Babylon wasn't just Babylonians, it was different peoples that made up Babylon. So all these people, especially the Chaldeans, which are of Hebrew origin, were going to surround Jerusalem. Read on.
And against all the walls thereof round about, and against all the cities of Judah.
So the Most High was telling Jeremiah this very early in his development as a teacher. Because this was the platform. His job was to warn Israel that Babylon is coming and you better get right. Read on.
And I will utter my judgments against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and who have burned incense unto other gods.
He says, I'm going to sit back here and tell you who's forsaken me. And I'm going to sit back here and tell you the people who are burning incense unto other gods. This is the same time that Josiah is eliminating all the high places. So while he's eliminating the high places, I'm going to tell you, Jeremiah, all these two-faced niggas that are sitting back here conning Josiah and you, but really are doing this negative and serving Baal behind the king's back.
They got straight nothing but idols, and they're worshiping. They're doing incantations, and they're doing
all that wickedness while saying Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Which is that double agent spirit within Israel.
And this is why the Moses says, I'm having you go with them. You're going to war with these high princes and officials and priests that are double dipping.
But that's the same.
And you got to point out their wickedness in front of everybody.
But that same dynamic exists in the government when you deal with, they call them rhinos, which is Republicans in name only.
Okay.
Which they look like they're conservatives, but they actually consort and they do business deals with Democrats. So nothing really gets done because they're all intermarried. They're all interlinked. So when you push a concept that's supposed to be, it's a liberal time now it's time to push a strong conservative policy. You can't push a conservative policy because there's lots of conservatives that are intermingled with liberals.
So what you're saying is, like, say for instance, Biden's the president, and the Congress or the Senate or the House is supposed to be red. So if it's red, it's supposed to be Republican.
Yeah.
And a Democratic president.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, the laws and legislation should go Republican.
That's what
But
Trump
what you're saying is, his was opposite. He was Republican, and the House was Democratic.
Yeah.
So everything he was pushing was getting nixed. So what you're saying is, in the middle of the Senate, people are Republican, but they're voting Democratic.
Exactly. People are paid off and taking bribes.
Yeah, no doubt.
So they are quote unquote conservative. They are quote unquote Republicans, but really they're not. They're just about who gets the highest benefit.
Yeah.
So Israel's no different than that. Israel, we're going to serve whatever God gives us the most benefits, but we're going to pose as Hebrews pose as Israelites.
And pose as if we're about to reform. That's what's happening now is, listen, we read earlier, and I'm going to cut you off. I want to bring out a point. I'm going to go back. We read earlier about how the Most High will repent of the evil that's about to happen to a city if everybody changes, right? Josiah's putting the work in. Jeremiah's putting the work in. All the buildings are being destroyed. All the high places are being destroyed. How come the Most High didn't sit back here and come through and save the people?
That's the question you would say. Is there any profit in righteousness? And the Most High had to show him, listen, bro, your righteous works were appreciated and accepted. But Israel gets judged as what?
A nation as a whole. But this is what I want to bring out. How come the Most High didn't accept everybody's offer? Because everybody's offer wasn't pure.
Because it's what you do in the dark that the Most High is paying attention to.
And that's what the Most High is saying to Jeremiah. I'm going to let you know who's doing the dirt in the dark. Josiah is doing all this good in the light. And everybody's saying, Khan, and we'll make this vow, and we'll make this promise that we're going to sit back and change and be right. When in the dark, that's not happening. And he says, while Josiah is doing these reforms, I need you to sit back here and point out all these guys that are two-time in the Most High and two-time in the realm.
Yeah.
This is the backdrop that's happening during the time of Jeremiah. Okay?
That's the difficulty of being...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to go in the room.
There's a difficulty. There's a difficulty of being in a position of leadership, in a position of reform, in a position of leverage to sit here and guide a flock or guide a body or guide a family. It's those elements that you can't see that affect you. So that's the reason why you need the Most High in the first place. Because the Most High helps point out things you can't see.
Con.
You want to add something on that too when you finish?
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Okay, with him? Okay, go.
Yeah, Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 12.
I want to make sure I ain't got that in the because I have an Ezekiel verse. Okay, I don't have 8. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Let me type it real quick. Slack it.
It's good scripture, right?
Verse 11. Yeah, start at verse 11.
Got it.
Ready?
Ezekiel chapter 8 and verse 11. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel.
Now, ancients of the house of Israel represent what?
The leaders. The
leaders.
elders.
That represents the ones that supposed to be setting forth the good example.
Mm-hmm.
That one's supposed to be implementing change or implementing what the Most High desires. These are your leaders. Read on.
And in the midst of them stood Josiah, the son of Shaphan.
Stop. I'm going to let you go. I just want to make sure that Shaphan was a good man. But Josiah, he had multiple sons. One of his sons treated Jeremiah right. This guy was obviously a bad guy. Mm-hmm. But let's keep going. I just want to make sure Shaphan was the one that was the scribe that read the scriptures to Josiah that made him sit back and repent and come to the Most High. So most of his seed was godly. By the time we're in Ezekiel, this is at the fall. So his son had to be in his 50s. This guy, Josiah, had to be in his. He was an elder. He was supposed to be respected. This was after the first wave. No, the second wave in Ezekiel. This was the second wave of slavery that happened when the Babylonians came in the second time. I just want to make sure I'm kind of painting the backdrop. This wasn't at the very end in 586. This happened in 597. In March of 597 is when they got captured and sent out to Babylon. There was 3 separate breakdowns. It was 598 in December. Is when the first time we fell. Then it was 597 in March. Then it was 586, which was the rest of the people got sent out.
We only usually say 586.
But no, 598 were the princes and the royalty.
The royalty. Yeah.
597 was the strength and the army and the potent men. And the rest was just the dregs of Israel.
General population.
Yeah. It was Gen Pop. It was literally Gen Pop by the time we got to 586. But the best and the creme de la creme was already taken out after the first 2 waves. And Nebuchadnezzar came in and took them out. I just want to make sure I painted that out. So these were the elites in Babylon. And they were operating obviously this way.
You know?
With every man his censer in his hand.
Go ahead.
And a thick cloud of incense went up.
He said, now the Most High is bringing Ezekiel in on something that is not done out in the open. It's done behind closed doors. And what they're doing behind closed doors, obviously they're smoking something. Obviously they're hotboxing, because that's actually what when you look at the etymology and terminology that they're using, they got a censer. A censer is what's used to burn incense or to fumigate.
They weren't smoking weed with spliffs.
No.
And they weren't rolling
It wouldn't roll your own. You know what I'm saying? With Optimos, White Owls, or using some zigzags. What they had some type of instrument that you burn it on like a bong.
And they would burn the purest. They would burn the pure hashish. They would burn the pure plant, burn it in its rawest form. Close all the doors and windows and hotbox. That's how they perform their rituals to their gods. And
that's how you know our people haven't changed, because we still talk about hot boxes to this day.
In the car. This is in the car.
Yeah, it's in the car. It's in the house. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's choke everybody out in the whole room. You know, so that's how you know that's our people, because we've been doing that for hundreds of years, thousands of years. Man. Read on.
Then said he unto me, Son of man.
And this is the angel bringing Ezekiel in on what people are doing behind closed doors.
Yep.
Read on.
Hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark?
He says, have you seen what they do where?
In the dark.
In the dark, because that's where our people do our dirt. Our people do dirt when ain't nobody looking. Well, our people do dirt when there's nobody's eyes. I can't get in trouble. I'm in the peace of my own house. I'm in the comforts of my own home. I'm behind walls. I'm in the dark. But the Most High is giving Ezekiel insight so he can prophesy against it. Because otherwise, you'd be saying stuff that is not penetrating nobody. If you're a prophet and you're teaching against our people, and there's our people will, that ain't me. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know why you're going over that topic. That ain't me. That ain't what I do. So the Most High has to give some intel into Ezekiel so he know exactly what to attack when he's prophesying.
Yep.
And what he's attacking is what people do in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
Every man in the chambers of his imagery.
Imagery. Every man in the chambers of his imagery. Read.
For they say
what?
The Most High seeth us not.
The Most High is not seeing this.
So let me blow these trees out.
I can do this when nobody's looking. And that's an unbelieving mind anyway.
Look at the next word. The next line. The Lord hath forsaken the earth. So that's my justification to be negative?
Yeah. Finish that.
For they say, the Most High seeth us not. The Most High has forsaken the earth.
So he's saying that all is lost.
So let me go do negative.
So I might as well do negative.
Jeremiah said the same thing in Jeremiah 18 and 12.
Yep.
He said the same thing in Jeremiah 18. I'm just going to quote it and read it real quick because it goes right along what you said. Jeremiah 18:12 says, and they said there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices. And we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart. Now this was when they were already in captivity. And the Moses says it's going to be for 70 years. But he still said, listen, man, when you're in captivity, change. They didn't give a shit, man. They just kept doubling down their wickedness after they got punished. This is the elders. So if they was doing the habit after the captivity, you think they weren't doing it before the captivity? When they were being besieged by the Babylonians? You don't think they were doing this when Josiah was in power? When Josiah got out of power? This is why the Most High was so pissed off about the sin of Ahab. Because after Ahab, he said, man, everybody was committed. The people were just as wicked as Ahab. It wasn't just Ahab. Everyone's talking about how wicked Ahab was, how he was killing prophets. The people and the princes and the elites were right along with him. He said the whole head is sick. I'm sorry, that was a great verse. Right?
You know, but that mentality is described in the movie Friday. It's Friday.
Wow, we opened the high priest of Friday after the smoke.
It's the same thing.
He was a priest in ancient times.
Yeah, because he said it's Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got nothing to do.
Wow.
So what does that mean? There ain't no hope. You might as well get high.
Wow.
Because you ain't got nothing else going on. That's the justification. You ain't got nothing going on. You just sitting here. You sitting there doing nothing. You might as well do what?
What was that?
Might as well smoke. You might as well get high. That's what our people. That little scene right there, Friday, describes the majority of the mentality of our people when there's nothing positive to look forward to.
That was Robin Harris, man, the comedy skit he did years ago, man. He said niggas are sitting here reading the newspaper about all the jobs. He said, man, the job crisis is terrible right now. You supposed to be like, man, you see, ain't no jobs out here. What's going on? Listen, you gotta be clean to get you a job.
Yeah.
Because people, Israel gotta go through all these extremes and do all these cleanses when they get an opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, people getting all these crazy drinks and these liquids and these solvents to get a false positive on the readout.
Golden seal.
Yeah, it's golden seal. There's other extreme stuff out there.
Golden seal.
All this water.
Pickle juice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden get a false positive to hope you get in. Because you only got so much time before the piss test comes in.
Yep.
Dirty.
Oh, you drink
cloud and piss.
Oh, you drink.
United Parcel Service, they high. Because you got cloud and piss. That's Jake's number one problem. I knew a person, I'm not going to name his name, who was in the plumbing game, and he was working for the only plumbing company that didn't piss you. And he's pissed off that the plumbing company is cheating him on hours and cheating him on money. I'm like, they got you by the cojones, bro. Why don't you know the work, stop smoking that weed, and you go to a reputable company and you have more rights. Nah, they need to take care of me. Well, they got to take care of you. They know you. They know what you're doing. And because they know you ain't going to give up that dank, you ain't going to sit back here and keep making your life miserable. He said, man, I'm going to report them to the whatever, the federal whatever. Like, get out of here. You know you ain't. Because you ain't going to go nowhere else, B. All you got to do is stop for 60 days, B. Get it out of your system. Nah. And people complain about that all the time. It's the atrocities. They're taking advantage of the black man. Oh! They taking advantage of black man. Oh! Black man's burden, not. Get out of here, right? The black man's burden. I can't smoke weed and work a job at the same time. That's how Jake gets. Listen, everybody wants to get smart in Cali. I have my medical weed card. Man, they ain't buying that shit. Get out of here with that crap.
Yeah.
It's real. It's true. It's true. It's true.
For anxiety.
Yeah, right. Like this. Then go to Quickie Mart B and do that shit. You ain't saying you ain't getting no real money doing this shit. Out, get out of here. This is Jake's #1 demon act. Anyway, I'm sorry.
It's a demon.
It's a demon act, and all the things men do. It's a lot. For men do to get clean. This create a false positive.
And so that spirit, that energy is within our people even since ancient times. We think we're like not the Hebrews are. How are we not the Hebrews? We're the Hebrews.
Mosai says the Jews put the branch to the nose. How about that? They put the branch to the nose. We on them drugs. We're doing exquisite plants. Israel loves to be botanists. You ever see the cheap Jake want to sit back and grow their own weed?
Right.
They got the little lights in the room and say, "Yeah, I love botany." Do you love botany or you love weed? Which one is it? Why don't you put some chrysanthemums in that damn house, Why don't you put some other trees and shit? Why does it gotta be weed? I love the plants. Then why don't you get some roses and shit? Why don't you put shit that don't get you high in there?
Kale.
Why don't you put kale?
Where the kale at?
Well, what is the kale?
How you know
No, it's gotta be weed. It's gotta be in the house under these lights. That's the plant I'm into.
You might get some peppers at best. You might get some.
No, listen, peppers is cool. I'm talking about the cats that talk about how they love botany and they only grow weed. Listen, why don't you get some oregano? Grow some oregano. Do it. It's cool. Grow some spinach. Do it. Listen, get the little box, the foundation, lift it up the ground, put the soil in. That's cool. But they don't want to do that. They just want to have weed on tap. So I got to spend money on the top. That's what it is. Anyway,
but now we're seeing
enough of the rant.
That hot boxing was Baal worship.
I know it had to do with Baal worship. Years ago, we made a class about it. About how the smoking of weed and the use of these entheogens was connected to idol worship. They went hand in hand. I'm not going to say it was weed back in the time of Exodus, but they were burning strange incense, and the Most High killed them. They were burning some type of entheogen.
And the idea is that for people nowadays, we'll say, well, I'm smoking clean because I use a device. I use a device that just turns it into vapor.
Yeah.
So it's just smoking steam. I'm vaping it. So the vaping is actually a cleaner form.
Wow.
But you're not. What you're doing is you're just recreating the same thing we just read in Ezekiel. You're still using a sensor to fumigate some damn drug, a chemical. You're putting chemicals on fire to create a steam. It's the same thing.
Or you sit back here and say, man, the plant's from the earth. So it's natural. God made it. God made it so we can sit back here and do that. The truth is, whether it's weed or it's opium, there was a lot of different things, a lot of different uses for those plants. Hell, you would use weed for paper. The marijuana was used for paper. You weren't supposed to sit back and dabble into the damn shit that gets you high. You want to get rid of the THC and use it for other purposes. No, I want that THC. I want it to get me buzzing. I want that. That's what it was for.
That's why the scripture says a sinful man will not be reproved.
God.
Excuse according to his will.
There you go.
That's a fact.
No, find a verse that says herbs.
No doubt.
Herbs and herb-bearing seed to justify why I can smoke weed and get high.
For the healing of the nations.
Or they'll just use after the creation. God said it was good. That's it. God said
it was good. He said it was good.
It was good. That's what God said.
Yeah, it must have been really good. It must have been good as hell. Let me stop. Let's stop. Where are we at? What was the verse we're at?
I don't know why we're on the bottom.
We read 12. Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 12.
Well, I don't know why the black man can't get on top. Well, if we stop smoking weed and serve the Most High, maybe good things will happen to us.
We come out the ghettos and slums.
So we're at Ezekiel 8 and 12, right?
Yeah, you already read that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's finish. We finished that. Let's let that go. And where were we at before Ezekiel? We were in Jeremiah 1, right?
Jeremiah chapter 1.
Let's go back to Jeremiah 1. And I think we were at...
15.
I think we're at 15. Yeah. He's talking about that seething pot we talked about in the nation from the north. Give me verse 15. Yes, sir.
Jeremiah chapter 1 and verse 15. For lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, saith the Most High, and they shall come, and they shall set every one his throne at the entering of the gates of Jerusalem, and against all the walls thereof round about.
He said, I'm going to sit back and send a confederation against you. The whole world's going to come against you. All the families in the north. That means the whole world's going to be against you. You're not going to get any help.
Wow.
All throughout history, especially this history, we kept calling upon Egypt to help us, to bail us out. But the prophecy is, man, the rest of the world is going to turn around and corner you, and there's nowhere to go. Read on.
And against all the cities of Judah.
Mm-hmm.
And I will utter my judgment against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and have burnt incense unto other gods, and worshipped the works of their own hands.
And this is, so now he's explaining, listen, man. Josiah was able to take out high places, altars, temples, the outward sinners, the easy targets. And it was still something that was unprecedented that most kings didn't do. But what Josiah couldn't do is daily inspect homes. And sit back here and daily inspect all the graven images that you guys in your own homes are engraving to these idols. So what's happened? The movement went underground during Josiah's time. Whereas Ahab was in power, it was flamboyant and everybody was doing it out for everybody to see. By the time we got to this time, everybody was underground because Josiah's movement. Read on.
Verse 17. Thou therefore gird up thy loins, and arise, and speak unto them all that I command thee. Be not dismayed at their faces, lest I confound thee before them.
He says, listen. He says, gird your loins and arise and speak unto the people I tell you to speak to. And tell them these words. Because the Most High sees them. And he says, be not dismayed at their faces, lest I confound thee before them. So he's like, if you don't sit back and stand up to them, I'm going to break you.
Wow.
I'm going to break you in front of them if you don't do my job and tell them how I want you to tell them. You got to go at these dudes
in the spirit
that are doing this in the spirit that I'm telling you to do it. Or I'm going to sit back here and break you down and confound you in front of them and make them see you in a weak light.
But we have that in council all the time. We have council with brothers. We tell brother, hey, tell this spirit this, tell the spirit that. And the brother would tell the spirit, say, how do you tell them?
Suggestive, scary.
I said, can you please stop doing these things?
I really don't like it.
Like, brother, you're going to have to do it with this level. The level of emphasis your teacher gave you to tell you to do it.
Yep.
You got to do it with that level of emphasis, sir.
Got it.
Okay, how'd it go out? I told the person, you better stop doing what you're doing. Okay, well,
what the Most High is trying to show us is we can't correct in fear.
Yeah.
We can't correct and be suggestive when it's about telling people that they're off. You got to be direct. You don't got to be yelling and screaming, but you got to be direct. You can't be so afraid about how somebody's looking at you that you water down the message the Most High has us to give people. That's the point. We don't have to be beast. We don't have to be disrespectful, but we have to tell people the truth if you really care about them. And you can't worry about how they look at you afterwards, what you lose, if you're hated, if they stay away from you. That's just part of the course. Yeah. Well, let's continue.
For behold, I have made thee this day a fenced city, and an iron pillar, and bracing walls against the whole land.
He says, I have made thee a defense city.
Yeah.
I'm going to protect you. Read on. An iron pillar.
Yeah, and brazen walls against the whole land, against the kings of Judah, against the princes thereof, against the priests thereof, and against the people of the land.
That is a daunting task. You got to go at the kings. Then you got to go at the princes who really controlled the kings.
Yeah.
They were the powerful elites. The princes and the priests. Then you got to go at the regular thugs down in the streets. Huh? You got to go at the thugs in the streets in the second tier, like we read about what that college was. You got to go at these dudes in the second tier, the third ward. The second tier, like the third ward. You got to go at the third ward, go at them dudes, go at the elites, go at the kings,
That's
go at
work,
the priests.
That's a job.
This is a massive undertaking. The different tiers of stubbornness, the money guys, the money power guys, the priest who had the people's ear, the king who was being puppeted by the princes and the priests, and the regular people that were just trying to live their life and do them. This is a daunting task. He says, with this daunting task, I've given you everything you need to overcome it. All right.
Verse 19.
Yes, verse 19, sir.
And they shall fight against thee.
Listen, it ain't like you're going to tell people the truth and say, you are right, Jeremiah. I will rescind my evil ways and I will learn to love the Lord.
I'm going to sell everything I got.
And be right.
Yeah.
And I'm going to burn and get rid of all these idols because you said it.
I remember we had a brother that we brought him to the brother's house, and he had some residual weed on him.
It was residual
Yeah,
weed.
just
That's
some
so
leftovers.
funny. Leftovers, Zach.
And brother called me and said, man, he smoking in front of the brother's house. I said, so I ran into him. I said, brother, listen, you're here as an opportunity to get stable, but you got to decide whether that weed is more important or you having a roof over your head is more important.
Goddamn right.
He said, well, listen, I just paid good money for it.
Good money.
He said, I just paid good money for it.
Insane.
He said,
that's awesome.
Can I just smoke the rest? And then I'll be
better. I'll be better.
Because that's what I'll be able to do. I'm just going, let me go and get rid of the rest of it. Now I said, let me see it. I put it in my hand. I said, now you ain't getting it back. Now you ain't getting it back, so you ain't got to worry about smoking the rest. He said, you ain't going to give it back to him? I said, no. No, you ain't going to get it back, brother. That's it.
He was mad.
He was mad.
He was mad. He was hot.
He was mad,
Paid
bro.
good money.
I paid good money for that.
He had an expectation of
But I ain't saying no names, but I'm just saying.
No.
But that's how.
Don't say tribes either.
The tribes.
Nah, I don't say tribes. I don't say tribes.
It was Judah.
But that's
I just don't do that.
no, that's Judah banging out.
Well, he was Issachar begging earlier, so he's kind of redeeming himself. Like, he's balanced out.
Yeah.
So you're an equal opportunity call out of tribes, man? Okay.
It'd be Judah.
I'm sorry.
But that's the point, bro. Our people, it takes hell to get them to put away their demons out. They don't want to put their demons away.
That's a real one.
You know what I'm saying? They'll blame you for it. They'll make excuses for it. They'll try to justify it. But it's something, when he says, and they shall fight against thee, bro, that's what they want to do, bro. Even when you're actually helping them.
Yeah.
But they want to fight you for it.
Yep.
Even though you're doing it for their best interest. That's crazy.
Listen, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pick up on this next Saturday, next Shabbat, and we're gonna finish out the story about King Josiah. We're gonna finish out this next week. And then we're gonna go on to the collapse and the fall of Jerusalem. There's gonna be a lot of Jeremiah, a lot of reading, but it's worth it. There's gonna be a lot of information that is gonna come out there. So we're gonna finish out Josiah next week. And then we're gonna go on to all of his sons. And just that constant flux of rotating kings that fall apart and the rise of Nebuchadnezzar and the king of Babylon. All right? So we're going to shut it down at this point. And we're going to send our prayers up. You ready? Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yeah, there you go. That was a good one. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope, always, and forever. Amen. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Nothing to know.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Nothing to know. A war.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Nothing to know.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Nothing to know. Shema. Zayat. Lamashah. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama. Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yechad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayel. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayel. Hasaquan. Saquan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayel. Payah. Manawafiwa. Qatar. Karamwan. Shayarad. Ayel. Aroria. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayayim. Al-Malam. Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ba'Shem Yahshai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Wachno. Washrodet. Wabiat. Support. 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 Barak Thay Ho.
Barak Thay Ho.
Barak Thay Ho Shot.
Barak Thay Ho Shot.
Barak Thay Ho.
Barak Thay Ho.
Barak Thay Ho Shot.
Barak Thay Ho Shot.
Barak Thay Ho.
Barak Thay Ho.
Barak Thay Ho Shot.
Barak Thay Ho Shot.
Barak Thay Ho.
Barak Thay Ho.
Barak Thay Ho Shot.
Barak Thay Ho Shot.
All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All mercy. All patience. All love. All power. Is from your house. All power. Is from your house. All power. Is from your house. By Hashem. Yahushua. The water. Yeah. The month. Circle up.
Let the men in real quick. Open it up.
Okay.
Salute out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Wa'el Shad, Ukoi Yisrael, Ben Israel, Emerging. Rock, Yahweh,
Hashem Yahushua Barakah.
Stop. Sorry, sisters. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Ben Israel, Emerging. Rock,
Yahweh Shema by Hashem Yahushua. Yahweh Top. Dismiss. Fall out.
Thanks for coming through.
The water, y'all. We'll see you guys on Monday. Take care.
Coming through. Yeah.